Oh, GTA 6, where you been, my friend? We're waiting for a trailer, it's a means to an end. Rockstar's got us hanging like a heist gone wrong. Been years since the last one, man, it's been too long. We're stuck in Los Santos, driving around in a loop, while Arthur Morgan's ghost yells, where's my horse and my soup? Red Dead still a masterpiece, but we're ready to roll. GTA 6, come on, feed our soul. GTA 6, where's that trailer, Jack? Rockstar's got the guns, they ain't looking back. They'll charge us 100, we'll still buy the game, 'cause they're the kings of making cash and we're moths to the flame. They drop one trailer, then they ghosted us flat like a botched bank job with Trevor swinging a bat. We're refreshing our feeds, checking X every night, but Rockstar's just laughing, sipping whiskey all night. They're polishing the game, making Vice City gleam with neon and palm trees. It's a criminal dream, but we're out here like Dutch with a plan that's a bust. Trust me, says Rockstar, this game's gonna combust. GTA 6, where's that trailer, Jack? Rockstar's got the guns, they ain't looking back. They'll charge us 100, we'll still buy the game, 'cause they're the kings of chaos and we're moths to the flame. Hey Sammy, you seen that GTA 6 price tag? $100, Dean, I'll need a loan from the mob. Frankie, you think they'll throw in Red Dead 3? Nah, they'll just sell us a horse as an NFT. We're dreaming of shootouts, of speedboats and crime, but Rockstar's like patience, you'll get it in time. They're cooking up something like a Red Dead stew, but we're starving for action. Come on, give us a clue. So here's to the hustlers, the fans who endure. We'll pay that 100 bill, yeah, we're dumb, but we're sure. GTA 6, you're our holy grail. Drop that next trailer or we're all going to jail. GTA 6, where's that trailer, Jack? Rockstar's got the guns, they ain't looking back. They'll charge us 100, we'll still buy the game, 'cause they're the kings of chaos and we're moths to the flame. Oh, GTA 6, you're a tease, that's for sure. Like Arthur's lost dreams on a prairie so pure. Rockstar, you're the boss, do whatever you please, but drop that dang trailer, don't make us say please. Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed.
That's most definitely what's up.
Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow. A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay, and characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread. No, I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch.
I'm vibing!
This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least, I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Boop-a-doop, beep-a-doop-da, scoop-a-boop-ba, beep-beep-beep-beep-beep, phlegm. Concord was about as good as accidentally peeing on your own leg. Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat.
I'm vibing.
Concord's dead. The Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes. And also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave. Your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Rat-a-ta-ta beep-a-da boom. Skim, milk, the rat freak, doo-da, doo-da. A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face. That's the sound he made when Concord passed away. I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead, and boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
Ooh, baby, we back, fam, we back. Rocking and rolling on a beautiful Wednesday. How are you guys? Hopefully good, hopefully good. Because I know I'm good, and I want you to be good too. I want you to be good. Real quick, already shout out Stunseed and Tyler for becoming members on YouTube. That's tremendous. Again, make sure you connect your YouTube/Twitch accounts so that if you are a supporter, you get access to our exclusive Discord, where you can see pictures like in our pet appreciation channel, where you can see pictures of Limit Breaks' dog. Seen some stuff. Looks like he played Concord. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. He's having flashbacks to Nam or something. Oh, wow. You know what? If this is bait to get me read this aloud, I don't even care. OG Feet Muncher, thank you for becoming a member. That's fantastic. What a name. What a name. That's fantastic. Hello, everyone. Glad to have you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Frankie, you get access to the server as long as you are a member. It can be through gifted memberships from other people in the chat, or if you like manage your own membership, you can have access that way. But yeah, once your membership ends, it revokes the privilege to the server. We are thinking about opening it up to the public more broadly, but I also like the idea of it being something special for those who take that step to like financially support me and the team, like Jacob and Trevor, who work so hard to cut all the stream clips and everything for you guys. So, you know, it's just how it works, you know. Have I played hardcore mode yet? No, but I am setting aside time. I'm working on another game that I can't really talk about too much. But once that is done, I'm going to dive in deep, baby. Because you know Luke goes in deep. Luke don't stop for nothing. Once Luke goes in deep. So once I go in deep for hardcore mode, you guys are not going to hear from me for like a week or 2, month, maybe. I don't know. But I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone. The Dune MMO got delayed. Yeah, I heard that. I mean, whatever it takes to get games polished, I'll be happy. You know, it used to be that when you'd hear about delays, you'd be like, oh, but nowadays you hear a delay and you're like, okay, cool. Like that. Good for them. You know? That poor dog looks like a rat ate his grapes. Even the rat didn't want to play Concord. Oh, man. Yeah, real quick, I want to give a shout out because I do actually think we're going to be doing the podcast later. I should check with Jor. Oh, it should be today. But I saw this come across my feed, and I got to give Jor credit. Okay, Jor, he posted this on X, and I thought that this was great. He says Ubisoft has to do better in AC Shadows. Just one example, but it's part of a bigger problem. This is something that's driven me crazy in general, not just Ubisoft, but just in general, because of course BGS did it too. Really lazy DLC where they did not take the extra step to like double check even the smallest of details. Just listen to this, okay? What?
Yes, Ubisoft is selling a huge fox mount for $10 and it has hooves. Like they
I want to just leave it there. A huge fox mount with a tri-tail that glows pink and it has hooves. Yeah, they didn't swap out the sound. Which is crazy because they had a very, very similar mount in Valhalla that they did swap the sounds out for. Look.
use the same sound as the horses in the game. And the crazy part is that Valhalla had a similar fox mount, also with the 3 tails. Not as big though, but it sounded like this.
So they could just copy and paste that sound effect, but they didn't. They left it as hooves, which is like insane. So yeah, the lazy DLC thing is unfortunately very, very common. Jor has an entire video going through this, calling them out, and you got to give it to Jor because people get on Jor's case because he covers a lot of AC games. And like me, he's a fan of the franchise. I mean, we grew up playing these games when we were little, and so we have a special place in our heart for them. But when Jor, he knows his stuff. You know, he knows his stuff. He knows these games like the back of his hand because he covers them so much. And I will say, Ubisoft tends to listen to Jor. I mean, they value his opinion a lot. So hopefully he can actually make a difference by calling this out, which is good to see.
Niblo155 donated $10 through Super Chat. I'd love your thoughts on this. I've noticed that watching streamers has increased my anxiety, FOMO, to play the latest game rather than enjoy whatever I'm currently playing. How would you handle this?
I mean, that's interesting. I think it depends on what type of game. Social games, I can absolutely understand that because social games are like maybe a Schedule 1 or even something like, Helldivers, you know, an actual social experience that's co-op. Those types of games are way better when you're riding the wave with everybody else, you know, like jumping into Pal World for the first time right now. You can have a good time, I think, but you won't have the same super crazy fun time that I think a lot of us had back at launch when it was new and exciting and kind of trending. As for narrative stuff, there are some narrative games where I really do think you are better served playing it immediately. Like, I think there will be games coming throughout the rest of this year, not to be specific, for various reasons, but there will be games coming out through the rest of this year that you will need to play as soon as you can because spoilers are going to be everywhere. And there, you know, there's different types of things like Last of Us, you know, seeing that you can play as Ellie. You see one snippet of that gameplay. Nowadays, it's not a big deal because we all know that Ellie's playable in that, as a character in that game. But when that game launched, that wasn't known. That wasn't public. So if you saw even a sliver of gameplay footage of somebody playing as Ellie, that spoiled a really cool moment for you. In which case, the only way to avoid it is to either go into blackout, like media lockdown, or you play it at launch and try to get through it like at that period of time. And I think there will be similar things elsewhere throughout the rest of this year. I mean, even something like GTA 6, I think people are going to want to play early because they'll want to avoid spoilers and stuff. Because nowadays, I mean, 2013, you didn't have TikTok. I think you had Vine at that point, but there was not like gameplay stuff really on Vine. It was mostly like small skits. But nowadays, like you're on TikTok or YouTube Shorts or whatever, and you just scroll, boom, you're spoiled. You didn't choose to watch that spoiler. It was just served to you. And so I think that there is a valid reason to have that FOMO, or to rush sounds bad, but to like hurry up and play the game before it's too late. Yeah, Vine was like 7 seconds, and it wasn't, I don't remember ever seeing gameplay stuff on there. It was only ever like little bitty skits. I don't even know if you could edit videos and upload them separately. It had to be in the app. I don't know. I don't know. Josh was 90. Thank you. Thank you for that sub. Thank you, my friend. Have I seen the alpha for Marathon PC specs? Yeah, I saw what they're recommending. I mean, these types of spec sheets for alphas, never put too much weight in them because it's an alpha and it will change a lot. Like, bear in mind, even going back to this, AC Shadows was not going to be Steam Deck verified. They delayed the game 3 months and figured out how to get it Steam Deck verified. I don't even know how that's possible, but that little bit of extra time allowed them to polish it to that point. So, you know, a few months of work can make a huge difference in physical or in actual optimization and performance. I only watch gameplay of games I know I'm not going to play. Yeah, I think that's fair. Or like, you know, some of these games that are, you know, to bring up Marathon, that's something where like you watch a big streamer play it. That's not that big of a deal. Like, oh, they have this gun and this loot and they had a really cool match. It's not going to spoil anything for you. You know, it's not going to affect your time with the game. Whereas narrative games, yeah. I mean, you could see a sliver of one narrative game and it could spoil everything.
Escanor donated 50 Polish zlotys through Super Chat.
Thank you.
If Marathon is $40 but also includes a paid battle pass, I am gonna have battle pass on this one. Giggity.
I'm gonna have a battle pass. I need the voice, like text to speech thing to do the comedic, you know, battle pass. We need to figure that out. AI engineers, get on it. Yeah, I think it's very interesting that they don't want to say the price. Like, they say it's nowhere near full price. That's what they've said. But it's a premium product. So if they're not telling us the price, I think it's likely because they don't want the price to be the point of discussion, to be the talking point. But it is now. Like, it's the Streisand effect. By trying not to talk about it, you've just made it the big topic. And so, like, if they just said, yeah, it's 40. Okay, we can work with that. If they said it's 50, okay, let's move forward. And everybody's going to be looking at the game through that lens now. But instead, I think what they thought or hoped would happen is by not talking about the price, everybody would just be like, oh, we'll find out later. Let's just look at the game exclusively and in a vacuum. But players don't do that. Like, especially after, you know, Concord, for example, players are going to be cautious. I mean, Suicide Squad was $70. They're not going to be that loose with their wallets, I think, with a game like this. So we'll see. It's going to be 65. I swear to God, if they do like $60 or they do 70 and they're like, see, it's not full price, which is 80. Thanks, Nintendo. That would be so funny. But no, I would guess if they're being quiet about it, they are going to be gauging the performance of the alphas, the interest in the alphas, and they're basically going to see if interest is really high, they'll charge more. If it's not very high, they'll charge less. I think they still have it in like the 30 to 50 range.
Caleb donated $50 through Super Chat.
Jeez,
hey,
thank
chat,
you.
This is Luke's mom and not Luke setting up a Super Chat before stream. He's really sad that you haven't liked the stream, but if you liked his stream, it would be great. Also, Super Chats 4.99 appear on.
And that cuts off. This stream would be great. Also, Super Chats $4.99 appear on stream and $9.99 have TTS. Yes, thank you, Caleb. First of all, Mom. What? Thank you for the 50. That's very generous. And as for that last bit, yes, $4.99 will appear on the pop-up on stream, and $9.99 and up gets the text-to-speech. So that's kind of how we break it up. I used to have it so $5 Super Chats and up would do text-to-speech, but it made it so the entire stream, like, we couldn't do any segments. So this is how we do it now. But thank you, Caleb. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. My goodness. Goodness. Let's see. Yeah, Luke's mom is always so supportive of his streams. Yeah, you know, she's the best, you know. Also, shout out, credit where it's due. Ubisoft, of all companies, has released Chroma, which is an open source tool for accurately replicating color blindness over video game screens. The tool is available on GitHub for all developers so that they can basically simulate the color blindness so that they can then like adjust UI elements and balance the visuals for people that have that visual impairment, so that they can make the game playable for them or enjoyable for them. So shout out to Ubisoft Pune? I don't know, India. Ubisoft India apparently are the ones that put this together, and then they released it open source so everybody could use it. So that's cool. Love to see that. Helping make the world a little better. One step at a time. One step at a time. Samaya, thank you for that one. After finishing Shadows, it's clearly trying to satisfy both old school and RPG fans both, so it doesn't excel at either aside from maybe stealth. It's just good in both departments, but not excellent at either. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really transparently clear that the only reason Yasuke is in the game is because they wanted to appeal to the Valhalla crowd who liked melee combat pretty much exclusively. And they thought that just having Nawe would leave those players behind, and those players bought a lot of copies of Valhalla and spent a lot of money on three-tailed foxes in Valhalla. So that's pretty much why Yasuke exists, because they didn't feel like having Nawe be also the melee and stealth character would work narratively, so they broke it up into the dual protagonist thing. I think the game would have been better if they had focused on one character. The dual protagonist thing, I think, just doesn't really work that well in that game. If they did it like Odyssey, where you select which character you want to play through the game as at the start, and you go through the whole game that way, that would be fine. But it's just kind of clunky as it is. But yeah, I think absolutely that they're trying to appeal to both, which is why it's going to be interesting to see what like Hexe does, because Hexe is very interesting. Because they've said very openly it's very different. There was even a story from one, did I bookmark it? There was even a story from one insider who straight up said, if you are easily scared, you're gonna hate Hexe. They said, like, don't play it if you're easily scared. Which to me, I'm like, oh, so we're gonna be like really spoopy. Interesting. Which just, I mean, that is different. And for Assassin's Creed at this point, I'm like, just give me something fresh, something different. And they're gonna, I mean, they already have they did the reveal of Hexe, of course. They showed off Shadows. They have that mobile game thing, Jade, I think, coming from a Tencent, I forget the name of the studio, but a Tencent subsidiary studio that will be out at some point. But all those will be roughly, in the same vein. But they're doing like other multiplayer stuff. They're doing, I think, a co-op dedicated game. Like they're doing a ton of different stuff, which I find intriguing. I mean, I can already see the videos. Like they announced a multiplayer Assassin's Creed game. There's going to be people being like, oh, they destroyed the franchise, even though they've announced this like 5 years ago and they're still doing single player stuff, but that's going to be just how it is. Whoop. Speaking of how it is, look at this. This trailer dropped, and this is basically people are calling this Dredge FPS. Okay, look at this. This is called Dreadmore. It's a trailer for a game that was just announced. I mean, it does look like Dredge. Just as a, like, first person. That'll fix it.
Well.
Dreadmore. I like Dredge. And this looks like that mixed with, yeah, Sea of Thieves, kind of, yeah. So, keep an eye on that one. That seemed interesting. Because I liked Dredge a lot, but it did feel like it was like still sort of in the proof of concept phase. Like it wasn't totally there yet. But this seems very interesting. So there you go. There you go. Stalker 3 Florida edition. Yeah, kind of. Oh, man. Yeah. Let's see. Also, Wilfredo, thank you for the 5. Luke, did you used to play RuneScape back in the day? I heard about RuneScape Dragon Wilds released recently. Yeah, I did hear about it released. I was never a RuneScape player. I never got into it. It was kind of before my time, I think. But I do know some people who are really, really into it. Or who were really, really into it. And they've been eating it up. So, I don't know. I might check it out. I have a couple others. Like I want to play South of Midnight. I want to play through of course KCD 2 hardcore mode again. So I've got some stuff I want to play, but it's finding the time is the tricky bit. That's the tricky bit, I'll tell you what. Yeah, this was another one. Let's look at this. Kronos, the New Dawn. Let's see this. News segment. So Kronos the New Dawn official gameplay reveal trailer just dropped on IGN. And the way the top comment is describing this is Silent Hill and Dead Space had a baby. Can't wait. Let's see. Let's see. I will judge this baby for myself.
Focus your attention. What do you see? Giant. Sleeping. Again. Animals.
I'm already into the vibe.
Fighting.
Bloober team. Yeah, I see the Dead Space. I can see that.
Stay focused. Stay cautious.
Such is our calling.
Oh, that. Okay, that's trippy. Oh, they can like merge with dead bodies to get bigger and grow.
You
That's
almost
cool.
fried that. Good thing I was around. Traveler.
Still coming this year too. Golly. I will say Team Bloober used to be known as like sort of a B tier dev. Like they did a good job for what they had, you know, but their games always landed in that like low 70s range and they just never really popped off. They were always just kind of clunky and didn't really flow well. They also always had like weird visual impairments, let's just say. But they seemingly, after the Silent Hill thing, they've just figured it out, because this looks awesome. I also love the idea of, I wonder how you deal with it, but like this guy dies, falls to the ground, and then other, you know, monsters come and can like merge with them to grow bigger and stronger and upgrade to like the brute class or the whatever classes are above those. And I like that. I like that idea. I think that's interesting. I wonder if there's a way to deal with it where it's like, you know, maybe you have fire grenades and you burn the body and then they can't do it, or like how you go about it. Maybe you have to go and stomp their head or something like that, straight out of Dead Space. But I do think that adds an interesting little wrinkle, because I can already imagine there being like boss encounters or something where there's a bunch of grunt little enemies that are running towards you, and you're incentivized to kill them separate from each other. So this guy drops, you pull the other one farther away from him, you drop him there. That way the boss can't just come and merge with like 5 of them at once and get, you know, totally healed up or whatever it might do. So there's all sorts of interesting little gameplay things you could do with that concept as well. I like that. I mean, other than that, just based on the gameplay footage I'm seeing, it does look like, you know, we have some platforming type of stuff, this trippy, like, yeah, this right here. This seems interesting. The like reverse gravity field, Gravitron, that seems interesting. Like you could have some trippy environments like that. But more than anything, it seems like it's going to be a third-person shooter, which is fine. But when you're a third-person shooter in a game like this, I think it's really important to have really tight gameplay. And if you don't have a lot of enemy variety, you run into the Callisto Protocol phenomenon, which is just that things get kind of repetitive and they can get boring, because especially a lot of games like this, they don't have a lot of like cutscene exposition. They don't have a lot of dialogue exposition. It's usually environmental storytelling, that type of thing, which is great. I love that. But it means if the gameplay isn't keeping you engaged, it's really easy to just get bored. So, you know, the standard will be high for that. But what I'm seeing looks interesting. They've nailed the ambiance. They've nailed, yeah, look at that. It's graphically really, really solid. And it seems way less clunky than previous Team Bloober projects. So I'm intrigued, but I would keep an eye on like enemy variety and stuff like that. I think that's going to make or break it. But I like what I'm seeing. It seems to have potential. Interesting. Thank you, Burn Bread, for the membership. Thank you. Lucio Carva. I need a story trailer to see if it's worthy. Story trailer would be nice. It might also just be one of those things where they're like, ooh, it's a mystery. You've got to save your other shipmates or whatever it is, you know. Does anyone know what Zaraza means? Is that a word in a different language I don't know about? I'm not sure. Thank you for that. Yeah, we'll look at the Oblivion remake in just a minute. Despite the oversaturation, not a lot of open world games have character creators, so I'm really interested. Interesting. Yeah, thank you for the 5. We will look at it here in just a minute. I've got that pulled up. Don't you worry. Ain't that a rice brand? It's Polish. Oh, it means infection in Russian? Disease or infection or plague or something like that. Okay. Okay. That makes sense if that's what that is. Because it definitely seems like something's going around. I'll tell you that much. Tell you that much. I think also one of the things I like about this style of game, at least as it is captured here, is the fact that there's no over like abundance in the UI. It's one thing that drives me crazy with a lot of modern games is they just have like, oh, you have the mini map over here, you have your health bars over here, you have your stamina points up here, your skill points are also displayed up here, and then you have your ability wheel right here. It drives me crazy. Whereas one thing I love about Dead Space is that like on the back of the backpack you have, or the suit, you have an indication of the player character's health. You don't need tons of UI. There's an actual word for it. Does anyone in chat know the word? I forget. There's a term for UI elements built into the game. Diegetic. That's it. Diegetic UI components inhabit both the game's story and space, and characters within the game are aware of its components. Even though they exist within the game's story and space, poorly considered diegetic components are still capable of distracting or frustrating players. Basically, it's just that type of thing where you have the Maybe it's something as simple as, you know, you have a revolver, and when you aim the revolver, you fire the shots, and then there's a button to open it, like X to open it to see how many rounds you have left, X to reload again, or you can just hit B and it closes back up. So you can check how much ammo you have in the game without having to look at a menu or anything, you know? Yeah, it's diabetic UI. Diabetic UI. Yeah. Yeah, I love that kind of thing. I am very frustrated by the overabundance of UI stuff. Let's see. Do I still believe in Starfield? Starfield will always be with us. For Todd Howard is with us. May Todd be with you, my friends. May Todd be with you. Let's see. Yeah, I'm type 2 diegetic. Yeah. And also with you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Blessings. Blessings. Blessings, everybody. Blessings. May Todd shine detail upon you.
16 times the detail.
Indeed. Mm-hmm. May Todd shine detail upon you. Okay. Did you buy the Lord Gaben candle? Well, we printed out a bunch of stuff. We put it on candles. I've got the Kojima, the Miyazaki candle, the Todd candle. I don't think we have one for Gaben yet, which I acknowledge is basically unacceptable. I agree. I agree. But what are you going to do? Real quick, I guess we should talk about this because there's no getting around it at this point. Yeah, we should light the candle. News segment. Bringing it back to Francisco the Disco for the super chat about the Oblivion remake. Okay. Well, everyone, it is time. It is time for us to discuss the elephant in the room, which is, of course, something really hilarious that happened over the last couple of days. You see, Xbox has had a secret like trick up their sleeve, something special that they didn't want to reveal to anybody. They kept it locked down. It was going to be a surprise, a shadow drop, as it's known. They wanted to just reveal this out of nowhere. The game releases on Game Pass within like an hour of you finding out about it, and you can just play it. Really surprising, crazy cool. Similar to what they did with Hi-Fi Rush, right? Problem is, we've known about it for years because of the FTC disclosures. People said that they were leaks. They weren't technically leaks. They were documents they had to disclose as part of the FTC hearings during the Activision Blizzard and Microsoft acquisition stuff, court hearings and everything with regulators. So we've known about it for a while that they were working on the Oblivion remaster remake. And we also know about another one, the Fallout 3 remake, remaster, blah, 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 which we'll talk about more in a separate segment later. But this we've known about for a while, but we hadn't had any super clear confirmation. However, there were leaks, there were rumors that it was going to shadow drop this month, that it was locked and loaded, it was going to happen. But they were all just rumors and leaks. All rumors. Until a very resourceful person on, I believe, Reset Era found it. You remember last week, we actually went to the Virtuos Games website on stream. We actually pulled up their website on stream and looked at it. Well, it's on this website that somebody went into the data. That's the wrong button. I forgot I'm not on Chrome. But they went and inspected the elements, right? They went in here, they looked at the code, they broke it down, they tracked down individual strings of data, they went through back doors, front doors, side doors, screen doors. I feel like Dr. Seuss. And they found something. You see, they had built out the landing page for for this Oblivion project, but it was not published yet. The problem is images on their WordPress, whatever site, are stored in a separate place. And if you know what you're doing, you can find where that place is, because lots of the other photos on the website are stored there, and you can break those down and you can find those images and pull them out. You know, it's like putting a bunch of the stuff for your secret project into a really secure vault and locking it. But you forgot that a bunch of the photos you also had uploaded to Dropbox, which everybody like has access to, or maybe like Image Bin or something like that. They just left this massive hole, and apparently it was out there for a while. Like, people were checking on this through various means, and it looks like it had been up there for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, but only just found it. They only just found it. So what did they find? Well, they found some promotional images that are going to be used to sell this. And I mean, they're side-by-side images showing the improvements that they have made. Yeah, it's more like they left it unlocked with the door open. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Because like the actual web page is still locked down. Actually, after this happened, they nuked the entire site. So the entire website was shut down. You tried to go to it, it would just spit back a 404, 403, whatever error. So they shut it all down in reaction to this, trying to figure out what happened. Now the website's obviously back up, but the web page itself did not get leaked. It was the images that were going to be used on that web page. Now, some people have been like, oh, well, this is clearly intentional. Here's my perspective. I think if you're going to try for months and months, years even, to keep something secret so that you can shadow drop it as a big surprise to everybody, if you're going to intentionally leak it yourself, you're going to do it in a way that doesn't make you look stupid. Okay? I typically, you know, I think with intentional leaks of stuff, it's just like, oh, an insider provided these images of something from the marketing team, you know, but this is not that. Never underestimate Bethesda. That's the thing. This is Virtuos. This was not BGS or anything, or even Bethesda Softworks. It seems like this is a totally separate project from Virtuos. And they're a very capable team. I mean, they've worked on most of the AAA games that you probably have loved in the last 10 years. They are a massive developer out of Singapore, I believe, with like 4,000 employees or something like that. And they just do support work on a ton of different stuff. They're huge, and you probably have never heard of them. But they've rebuilt seemingly all of Oblivion in Unreal Engine. And what's really fascinating about it is that they are still branding this as a remaster. How do we know they're branding it that way? Well, because we also got the images of the promotional materials, and on those promotional materials, you can see that it's remastered. So they're not calling this a remake, which I think is interesting. I think what it is that when you go and you call something a remake, that raises the bar. People have higher expectations. Because, I mean, but what I'm saying is I think this looks like a remake. It really does appear to be a remake. Because it seems they rebuilt most of it. Those assets from 2006, you can't just copy and paste those into the Unreal Engine editor and expect them to look good. Like, they've had to rebuild most of this. There's also things from job listings like a year or two ago where one of the people that worked on this said that they had overhauled things like stamina. They had rebuilt things like basics of combat. They had added a shielding button and mechanics similar to what Dark Souls games and Soulsborne games have. They'd done a good amount of work on it. So I'm honestly surprised they're not just calling it a remake, because it seems like it probably could earn that title. But here's where it probably is. Here's the like corporate answer for it. My guess is BGS didn't want somebody else remaking it. They were okay if somebody else remastered it, but they didn't like the idea of somebody else remaking it. If they're going to remake it, it should be the same team. I can understand that feeling, that sentiment. Hey, we made it, we should remake it. You can remaster it, you can tweak it, but we're not taking like the heat if people don't like some of the changes you made. It's not us. You're just remastering it. I think that's probably what it is. Now, one of the other things that's funny about this is that if we enhance on a couple of these, what do you see? It's hard to tell, but what does that look like to you? What does that look like to you? What does that look like to you? Horse armor, baby. Now, if you don't know about the horse armor meme, okay, horse armor was a pivotal moment in the games industry, okay? It's a huge moment, okay? It really changed gaming forever. Oh, dude, look at this. Look at this. 16 years ago, April 18th, 2008, video of horse armor in the game. This guy's flexing hard. Looking at this, at the state of this industry in 2024, whoever at Bethesda decided to charge money for horse armor in Oblivion must be feeling like Oppenheimer right now, the beginning of the end. Yeah, basically what happened is this marked the beginning of a new trend, okay? It basically was a moment where they decided to charge for something that was previously only ever free. And it changed the industry forever because it opened the floodgate for all of this. As you can see here, this little article from Polygon in 2022. Okay. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, as a market test, the studio went simple. You can say the horse armor pack wasn't exactly what it said on the tin. A few sets of armor, which increased your steed's health alongside a simple quest. The reaction was immediate. Under a Major Nelson blog, with the extremely 2006 title of Pimp Your Oblivion Ride, that's very 2006, comments ran mostly negative, though most weren't against the DLC. The small offering and relative expense were the largest complaints. Some lamented that they couldn't even purchase the pack in their countries. Others questioned the point of purchasing cosmetics in a single-player game. One jeered that the horses were a woman's hobby. What does that even mean? A quality that might have contributed to the excess level of outrage. There were defenders, those who compared it to selling ringtones or cell phone wallpapers. Shout out MKBHD. A quality that might have contributed. Oh, I just read that one. Those who compared it to ringtones, extraneous customizations that didn't have any real effect on the core experience. The market bears what the market will, and if people didn't buy it, corporations would stop selling it. But guess what? They bought it. It was an ill omen priced at $2 on PC or 200 Xbox Live points on console. And guess what? People bought it. A lot of people bought it. And it created this whole new thing that we still see today with these things. Just earlier in the stream, we were looking at that post from Jor about Ubisoft's kind of lazy mounts in Shadows that have horse sound effects. Even though it's a wolf. Like, what? So all of this started with horse armor in Oblivion, which is hilarious.
Edgar Vasquez donated $10 through Super Chat. I'm not an expert, but I read that Creation Engine and Unreal Engine 5 were merged using a compatibility suite that came out during the pandemic, but the public was too busy to notice at the time.
Interesting. Thank you for the 10. Has anyone else heard that? Was there a compatibility suite launched to merge assets from Creation Engine and Unreal Engine? I don't actually know. I feel like if any time you hear something that might have happened in the pandemic, I'm like, oh, well, maybe. I asked Grok, no evidence compatibility used distinct game engines with different architectures. No official tool or suite has been documented to facilitate direct asset merging between them. Actor merging, hardware, software. This is the one thing I really like about Grok is that it actually gives you all the web pages it read through. Yeah, versioning of assets and packages in Unreal Engine. I do think it's interesting that they chose to go with Unreal Engine, because I do think it's allowed them to move quickly and to get a lot of stuff done. But as you can see from Michael, the supposed releasing it by the end of the month, blocking inspired by Souls-like games, sneak icons now highlighted, stamina has been changed, HUD has been changed. This was one thing. They said that the HUD had been changed to make it more readable and more approachable for younger audiences. Which I don't know what age has to do with it. You know, like it's saying that it's for like ager, like it could have been a translation issue, to be fair. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure they're based in Singapore. And I think this dev where this info came from was also based in Singapore. So it could be a language translation issue. But either way, even if you're like for modern audiences, making the UI more readable, maybe that's what they're trying to say. But I don't know, it just kind of hit the ear weird. Hit reactions have been added. Archery's been overhauled. Also, some of the stealth stuff allegedly has been overhauled. But you can see these are the images that they have shared. And this does look like a full-blown remake of the game. I mean, this is not like just a remaster. When I heard remaster, I was thinking, oh, they're going to like uncap the frame rate. They're going to unlock it to go to 4K. Basically what they did with like their attempt at updating Skyrim initially, where they just kind of turned a bunch of dials or took the barriers off, and it still was buggy, still glitchy. But this, I mean, apparently it's going to be just a total rebuild. But this is also one thing I find really funny, okay? This is what I predicted months ago. You guys remember? You guys were here. I said that I thought there was a strong likelihood that if this was rebuilt in Unreal Engine 5, there's a good chance that the Oblivion remake from Virtuos could end up looking and even running better in terms of no bugs, no weird Bethesda isms. You could actually see a situation where the remake of a 2006 game, or sorry, a remaster, looks more impressive and runs better than Elder Scrolls 6 does. Because guess what they said Elder Scrolls 6 is using? The Creation Engine 2. They said they're using the same exact toolkit as Starfield. And I mean, I think a good amount of this looks better than Starfield graphically. So I think we might be right. Do I think they'll have loading screens? I mean, if they manage to get if they manage to actually get rid of all the loading screens when you're going in and out of buildings as part of this, that would be stunning. I mean, I'm not expecting that. Because I think it's one of the reasons that BGS builds things the way that they do is because it helps speed things up. When you have everything kind of locked away into their own buckets, and you're like, oh, you walked into this cave over here. Oh, now that loads you into cave number 14. And then you can have one guy, and all he does is he just makes caves. That's all he does. You remember the making of Oblivion documentary? Hold on. The making of Oblivion documentary. Yeah. Who's laughing now? This one. They have an entire snippet in here of one of the people that all they do is just build out the caves. Where is it? Where is it?
Francisco the Disco donated $10 through Super Chat. We gotta change the terms. Remasters equals play and function the same, like Demon Souls. Remake equals change everything but stay faithful like Re4 Remake. Port equals port with improvements.
Yeah, I love Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm glad. Thank you for the 10. And yeah, I do think that the terminology is weird. Like, again, I look at this looks like a remake because they have remade everything, it seems. Like, these are not even the same, okay? No assets used over here remain here. Even the sword, you can see they've had to rebuild the sword because this had to be a certain poly count that was very, very low, and it would look like crap next to everything else. It's really high poly in the rest of the game. The lighting's been overhauled, everything. Just the level of detail in the forest, the grass, I mean, literally no grass. Tons of grass, like totally different. Like, I really think if they wanted to call this a remake, I would be like, yeah, sounds about right. But like this, one of the benefits of Bethesda doing things the way that they do is because you can have something like this guy
that stuff far easier than if they asked me to do anything that was nice and beautiful.
He's going to show how it works. So literally all he does is dungeon design.
So you get more out of the dungeon because, you know, everybody's been saying the argument. You get more in someone's basement than you do in a quest. Well, I'm one of the world artists, but I specialize in the Oblivion plane art and
what a weird
the lower
intro.
class. The stuff that's really dirty and dingy and sort of nasty, or the stuff that looks very deadly and scary and, you know, somewhat demonic or evil. That seems to be in my comfort zone, in a way, that I can go do that stuff far easier than if they asked me to do anything that was nice and beautiful. This is basically showing an overview of what you'd expect a dungeon level to look like. So they're built on a grid system, said that they have an exact fit and match, and you won't see any seams. You know, it's a lot like a Lego set in the way, except, you know, far more complex and detailed. And then before you know it, you have this world that you created in your own mind that you can sort of experience.
I also love that in this documentary, they don't capture any like desktop footage, but all of the computer monitors were these old, like early 2000s monitors. And so they're really shiny and glossy. So they just film the screen, but focus on his head. And so you get this like ghosted effect where you can see what's on screen. And then you just see his face in the reflection. But it was just like their easy way of getting around that, of not being able to do like capture of the monitor, which is cool. Anyway, but this is why BGS's methodology of having things kind of partitioned off, having the dungeons be totally separate, that you're not loading into totally seamlessly, that allows them to have a guy who just builds dungeons, and then you can just assign dungeons and different like building interiors and stuff to certain doors in the game. And when you interact with that door, it loads you into that other place. So you don't have to worry about how things fit together in the actual 3D space of the world because you're loading into a separate place entirely. So I would not expect them to have everything seamless in this remaster. But I swear to God, if they actually manage to get everything working seamlessly, it will be, I can already, I can see in my mind, in my vision box, I can see the comparison videos where people are showing Oblivion remaster versus Elder Scrolls 6, and they're showing like different detail levels and how this looks better than something they find in in Elder Scrolls 6. It's gonna happen because I just think it's the difference in the engines. Now, does this mean that this remake is gonna be awesome? I don't know. Sorry, remaster.
Jordan Spinar donated $10 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, do you think studios should do more remakes or remasters to draw in younger audiences to older titles and cash in on nostalgia, or is better to make new IP?
I think it's, you know, we complain about it a lot, but I do think there's a very valid business reason to do it. Remakes, remasters are cheaper than doing a totally new project. And for a lot of companies, they want to have some lower risk way of introducing audiences to an IP before putting $200 million up to pursue it. So for example, like it might honestly have been a good idea for Bungie to do a really nice remaster, or they could hire Virtuos to do it, a really nice remaster remake of the original Marathon games or something. Or in the case of BGS, I think doing a remaster remake of Oblivion is a great way to introduce a new audience to the like universe of the Elder Scrolls before Elder Scrolls 6, because here's what's really going to blow your mind, okay? We all played Skyrim. We all know Skyrim like the back of our hands. It was one of the biggest games of all time. It was iconic. It was everywhere back in 2011. There are people, if we might even have people in chat right now, who are 14 years old and weren't, okay, 13 years old, almost 14, but 13 years old, and were not born when Skyrim launched. Okay? The next generation of gamers, a lot of them were not even born. Okay? So, and even if they were born, like 2009, 2008, 2007, they were too young to play Skyrim. Okay? So, for us, we're like, everybody knows Elder Scrolls. There's millions upon millions of people out there who are gamers. They will want to buy Elder Scrolls 6 and all their other stuff that have never played one of these games. And they look at Skyrim right now and they go, damn, that looks old. Damn, that's clunky. I don't know. And so they don't bother with it. And this could be a fantastic way of getting them into it for the first time. Absolutely. So I think there's a very, very valid reason to do it. And I think it's one of those moments where we have to kind of sit back and be like, okay, it's not just about me. And this is really hard as a YouTuber. It's not just about me. It's about the broader industry as well. And for them, they're looking at a huge swath of gamers out there that have probably never touched it. I mean, even if you are like, 18 years old right now? 18. So 2007 you were born? Jesus. No way that's right. Is that right? Oh, God. I feel so old. But even if you're born like 2007, that means you were 4 when Skyrim came out. 4. So even people who are in their early 20s might not have ever played Skyrim because they were toddlers and like kindergartners, okay? So something like this is actually hugely beneficial to them. It's been that long since the last Elder Scrolls game, okay? Most game series don't get a game in 15 years or whatever. They're considered dormant. They're considered abandoned. But for BGS, that's just how it is. It's why like the choice to do Starfield was so bold, because it basically represented a delay of all of their future games by like 6 years. Basically, it postponed all of that, mixed in with Fallout 76 and everything else they did. But yeah. Either way, I think this looks really good. Now, some people have been complaining, and Jacob, just so you know, you can keep all of this in. We can just do a massive stream clip of this. But I think with all of this, I think it looks really good. What's inevitably going to happen, though, is people are going to look back at some of this old footage of Oblivion, and they're going to be like, I don't know, man, it's lost the soul, because they remember playing the game and it looking like this. And so when they see a very cutting edge, remember the reflection thing I was talking about? When they see the cutting edge, like Unreal Engine footage of the game, there's Todd, it's going to be really jarring, I think, because this is how they remember it. They don't remember it looking so nice. And inevitably, like once you bring something into a more realistic level of fidelity, some of the more artsy decisions are lost. Like, you know, the smooth gradation of the road up and out. That was done because they didn't have the memory to store higher resolution textures in the distance. So things just looked kind of like this, and this is just what you had. But nowadays people look back at that, and if you played this back in the day, it's sort of like a nostalgic thing. This has a very particular vibe, a tone. It's also in the forests. Over here is one of the guys that does work in the forest. This is what he says.
In a game to play in. You think about all the leaves individually, they're probably pretty close to the same color. But when you see them all in a scene like this, there's so much contrast and play of light. In the foreground here is an example of some of our grass that we have in the game. So we've got some ivy in here and some tall grass. Further on, I think there's some sort of generic forest weed types of plants.
And bear in mind, this was considered one of the most like graphically impressive games of 2006. This was considered stunning, you know, and I'll show you a snippet of that. Also, shout out to this laptop. Do you guys remember these laptops? They were like 2 inches thick. They were massive. And they were heavy. They were like 10 pounds. These massive ass keyboards. Oh, that's a throwback. My dad had them for work. I always thought they looked so stupid, even back then. Let me see if I can do. Yeah, here. I forgot about this. Okay, this is somebody reacting to Oblivion's graphics back in 2006, okay? We've just looked at some of it, okay? Look at this. So just to be clear, they had just shown the trailer at E3, and what you're going to hear is people at E3 reacting to the graphics. Regular, everyday people.
This game looks unbelievable. It actually has trees, unlike Vardenfall.
The whole first level of the game is a prison break. And through your actions, it really determines what kind of character you'll be.
I mean, sometimes I worry that games are going to get so realistic looking that I won't want to play in them because they're too real, and then I might as well just be at home. Only this was a pretty good case for hyper-realism.
This was a pretty good case for hyper-realism. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Like 2006, people are like, yeah, this is hyper realism.
The forest was gorgeous.
Unbelievable. It's easily the most impressive game that we've seen at E3.
Yeah,
it's like with the radiant AI thing.
Yeah.
That's always one of my big issues with RPGs is the NPC characters are kind of boring. Like they're just there and you talk to them and they're kind of just like this clunky way of getting information. But it's so much more entertaining to watch like somebody flame their dog.
There you have it. So there's going to be people, no matter what, that are going to look at the remake and be like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It looks like crap. There's going to be people like that because they link back to this and they remember this. And so seeing this just doesn't feel right, you know, and I don't blame them for having a nostalgia tied to this. This is a very unique vibe, certainly, but that doesn't mean that this is bad. And here's again, like we said earlier, they are trying to get this franchise reintroduced to a new generation of players who have never played an Elder Scrolls game before. And those players expect this and would not tolerate this. This would make like the nostalgia based players really excited and this would get them back into it. But I don't think like your more casual 20 something who has never played Skyrim or anything, I don't think this would appeal to them. Even if you're like, yeah, we uncapped the resolution and the frame rate and now we also have the Creation Club store in there. You can buy paid mods now. I don't think that would be compelling, you know? I don't think so. What's with the yellow filter? This is where I've heard the yellow filter brought up. To be fair, what we're looking at, because this one doesn't have the yellow quote unquote filter. This one does have the quote unquote yellow filter. This is called sunlight. And basically what happens is at different times of day, the light will look different. Dislike. Yeah. Immediate.
MJR Payne 97 donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Please talk about the Skyblivion team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. No, thank you. I have the outside. I want fantasy. Yeah, I'm worried things are too hyper realistic. Yeah, I like whenever you see two screenshots in a game and they look like both graphically impressive in terms of detail and fidelity, but then the color of the light is actually different. It's usually just an indication that they're using an actual like time of day system with the skybox and everything. And don't worry, Mr. J Paint, we'll talk about the Skyblivion thing in just a minute, but yeah, it's in this case, Unreal Engine has tools to support actual time of day systems where as the sun comes up in the morning, the light cascading across the map is going to be of a different hue than when it's directly above, and then when the sun is setting, it's going to have a different hue as it passes through the atmosphere and all of that. This is not, you know, particularly new or anything. It just means that it's technically a higher fidelity version of doing the world lighting as opposed to something like this, which was of course quite rudimentary in comparison, but it was very good for 2006. But this is what you need for a 2025 audience to be impressed. So I'm not too worried about that. yeah, I'm not too worried about that. There's been some other like little snippets and screenshots that people have found as well through part of this. The Gates of Hell, Oblivion. You can see here just the little dungeons. Oh my God, is that Skyrim? Is that Mr. Skyrim's house? Oblivion Remastered Deluxe Edition. Now, there's one more really, really funny piece to all of this, okay? There's one more really, really freaking funny piece to this. You know how Microsoft has been like really, really obsessed with AI recently? It's been like their whole thing. They invested billions into OpenAI. They are now like a 49% or maybe 50% owner basically of ChatGPT. Like they're a massive investor into AI, and they've built a lot of those tools into their support bots. Okay. So they have different customer support platforms and programs that are meant to help customers who need stuff done. Right. And they're using this to lay off people working in call centers and all of that. But somebody had an idea to hop on to the Xbox Support X page and DM them asking for help. Okay. I'm not sure exactly who did this first. I see people tagging Detective Seeds, Synth Potato, Kev Do It, Horse Armor YouTube. I've seen a Raven tweeted this out, but I'm not sure who exactly did it first. So whoever did it was brilliant. But here's what they said. I was wondering if the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster will be available to play on cloud gaming. What did the AI bot reply with? Thank you for reply, Raven. Yes, the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered will be available for cloud gaming. It is set to be released on Xbox Series X and S and Xbox One. That's kind of surprising. Additionally, it will be accessible through Xbox Game Pass, which supports cloud gaming, allowing you to play it anywhere with a compatible device and internet connection. Ooh, this bot's doing a good job. Hopefully it doesn't say anything it's not supposed to. For more details, please check this link. We hope we were able to answer your question. Okay, that's all great. That's all great. What's the next bit? Earlier I was told Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered would be available for cloud gaming. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered is set to be released on April 21st, 2025. They still have not released or announced this yet. And their AI bot is allegedly leaking the release date. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny. It's confirmed to be a day one launch title on Xbox Game Pass, which strongly suggests that it will be available for cloud gaming through Xbox Cloud Gaming. Oopsie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. It's so, to be clear, they seem to be using a melding of AI chat bots and real service agents. The real service agents identify them as live agents. They say that they're actual live agents. Whereas others, like, they just don't reply that with that information. So it seems like they're using a melding of the two systems. Either way, whether it's a real person or it's an AI chatbot or a real person using an AI chatbot, it's really freaking funny that this is not even publicly announced. Technically, this has not been revealed yet. And their own support pages are leaking the release date and all of this. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's nothing short of amazing. As I posted on X, it's hilarious that they tried to keep this secret for so long to do a shadow drop so they could surprise everybody, but then they accidentally leaked it themselves. And then the chat bot confirms the release date. Oopsie. Big oopsie. Now, all of this, you know, I think it's probably going to be impressive. I think it's going to look probably really good. I don't know how it will play. That's the other big question with this, but we're going to find out. Without a doubt, I think the people that probably are most irked by this is the Skyblivion team. If you don't know about this, basically, it's a volunteer-based project by the TES Renewal Modding Group. We aim to bring Oblivion to a new generation of gamers and reintroduce it to the longtime fans of the series. We're currently in the process of remaking Cyrodiil along with its quests, locations, and characters into Skyrim Special Edition. They've been working for years to build out Oblivion into the like anniversary edition of Skyrim. And I mean, you can tell they've been doing a good job. But what's interesting is that they are building this out, of course, into the modern creation engine, whereas this other project has been built in Unreal Engine, allegedly. So the new version, the remaster version from Virtuos, will likely not support modding. It will not support any of that stuff. Because it's Unreal Engine, whereas this version will, and they're still working on it. So I think they'll still release it. I think there still is a large group of players that will connect with it. But yeah, amazingly enough, they look at all the stuff they've been rebuilding. Just a crazy amount of work. Very, very impressive. They're doing this for free, by the way. It's absolutely tremendous. It's wild. So yeah, we'll find out how they compare. Of course, again, it hasn't been revealed or even announced yet. So we literally don't know exactly what it entails. All we're doing is looking at these pictures and images. But most likely what I think happens is this does reveal or receive a shadow drop. Probably on the 21st, they just say screw it and do it. And I'm guessing it's going to be like $40 with a $60 deluxe edition. It's my guess. It's my guess. Limit Breaks, thank you for the gifted sub to Lady Questus.
The Nomade 5 donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you, my friend.
If it does drop on the 21st, that means it drops on the one day in the last 9 years I have to go to the DMV.
Todd's ways are mysterious. They are mysterious, but Todd works in mysterious ways, does he not? Does he not? Is Todd's brilliance lost on you? Are you doubting him? I hope not. I hope not. You know, it's in times of trial and strife that we need to look to Todd and hold on to him closer. Yes, yes. May Todd be with you and may he shine detail upon you. 16 times, dare I say. The other interesting thing about this is that they do seem to be doing armor sets and cosmetic packs, okay? Just saying. Just saying, it looks like they're going to probably have an in-game store full of cosmetics and stuff. It's very similar, it appears, to what Ubisoft has done recently, where they have their in-game store and they have different cosmetics and stuff. Oops. Which, I mean, honestly, it's an old game. I'm not going to be too butthurt about it. Like, I could throw a big fit about it. I don't like it. But it's a single player game. If you don't want to play a game with like a really ridiculous cosmetic or totally gold weapons, just don't buy it. You know, that's kind of where I'm at this point. I'd rather it's not there, but I understand that they need to make that cash money to make this viable. And hey, you know what? If it is viable, maybe we get a full remaster remake of something like Morrowind or Redguard or something. I mean, you never know. If this is a hugely profitable thing, we probably do see that. And I think based on how this is received, we probably also find out more about the other project that is being worked on, which is allegedly a Fallout 3 remaster remake that might be coming from the same team. It's not super clear. It might be coming from Bethesda themselves, but we'll see. I think it's probably from Bethesda themselves, but we'll see. New Vegas remake, please. I think that would sell gangbusters, but there's been no leaks or rumors suggesting that that's happening. That's the unfortunate thing. We've known about the Oblivion remake remaster for like 3 years. Like 3, maybe 4. I think 3 years. So we've known about it for ages, but we've heard nothing about a New Vegas remake, which is unfortunate. Todd hates New Vegas, though. Yeah, there's just something weird. Like, even in the most recent interviews leading up to Starfield, he was saying stuff like, people act like we don't like New Vegas. And, you know, people need to remember that, you know, we published that. That was technically one of our games. And I'm like, well, this sounds like cope, man. This sounds like cope. Just a little. Oh, you know, it's just, okay. Yeah, sure. Yep. You did that. Yeah, sure. My guess for it being Fallout 3 is because it's close to the series story. Is it though? Do you remember the last shot of the first season of the show? Do you remember the last shot of the show? They weren't looking over Washington. Ooh, Spec Ops, thank you. Thank you. And welcome. We just got Coffee Cat, Your Turn, Markle Haynes, Chanster, and Snake Historian, all members. Make sure, guys, you join the Discord. Connect your Discord account to your YouTube account so you can be a member of the Discord that we just made. Do that. Also over on Twitch, do the same thing. How much do you think Todd is involved in this? Asks Chanster. That is a good question. I don't think very much. My guess is because it's a Virtuos project, they've pretty much just been told remake it, rebuild. He probably is credited as an executive producer on it, where he supervises, he gives the thumbs up if things are on the right track. That's probably what he does, but I don't think he's working on this every day. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Lol, I watched so many clips I didn't realize this was live. Yeah, silver and gold. You better believe it. Yeah, we don't mess around. We don't mess around. Who do you think you're dealing with? Who do you think you're dealing with? Okay. Let me catch up on these real quick. Perk Angle says with the $5 super chat, I was 5 when Oblivion came out, so this remaster will be my first time playing it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people in your similar boat. I've gone back and tried, I've gone back and played Oblivion, but I did not play it at the time because I was 9. So I didn't play it at the time. So when I played it, I was much older and my standards were probably way higher because of the time that had passed. So as a result, I think, I'm excited for this, trying it with a brand new coat of paint. I played it on the 360. Old. Haha, you're old. Oh, man. Let me see. I got to keep catching up on these. Again, thank you everybody for the incredibly generous super chats and stuff. Let's see. I read that one. Jack with the 5. Damn, how funny would it be if the voice lines are still the same? I mean, I think they probably are. They did not have very many voice actors in the original. I forget the exact, I don't remember where I saw it, but basically, yeah, look at this. Okay. Voice cast for Oblivion. Patrick Stewart. Okay. Sean Bean. When I was little, I remember we watched National Treasure and he's in it. And except I just saw his name and I had seen Sean spelled S-H-A-W-N. I was littler at the time, but I never seen it spelled S-E-A-N. So I thought after that point, I just remember thinking it in my head. And so I thought for years his name was Sean Bean. Yeah, Timothy's with me. For years. Years. So it's now I know it's Sean, but yeah, I've always only ever heard it in my head as Sean Bean. Yeah, he played Martin Septim. Level PC 5. A conjurer. Yeah, and Patrick Stewart plays Uriel Septim the 7th in the game for all of 30 seconds or whatever. But yeah, they got him, Terrence Stamp, Wes Johnson, and this is where it gets funny, okay? So they had very limited voice actors for this after blowing the budget on these guys. So Wes Johnson played all the male Imperials, Demora, Malakath, and Sheogorath. Ralph Cosham voiced all of the male Bretons. Catherine Fly played all of the female Imperials, all of the female Bretons. Jonathan Bryce played all of the male Argonians, the male Khajiit, all the male Nords, all the male Orcs, Molag Bal, and Hirkine? I don't remember. Linda Carter? No way. This is funny. Linda Carter, do you know who that is? Linda Carter played Wonder Woman in the 1970s. She also was married to none other than Robert Altman, who was the head of ZeniMax all the way through the sale to Microsoft. Right as they sold to Microsoft, he underwent, I think it was like a gallbladder surgery or something, and he passed away due to complications on the surgery. So he made like billions, and then he died a few months after that. It's absolutely wild, very tragic. But his wife, Linda Carter, voiced all the female Nords and Orcs in Oblivion. Who knew? Wow. I didn't know that. Elizabeth Nolan said did all the female Argonians, female Khajiit, but like you get the point. They had multiple people who just played like all the male characters for various races and stuff. All the player character voices, all of that. So they did not have a huge voice cast at all. And if they were to just copy that over 1-to-1, that might be tough. I do think they will keep the dialogue from like, some of the big names, like, Martin.
I do what I must do. I cannot stay to rebuild Tamriel. That task falls to others. Farewell. You've been a good friend in the short time that I've known you, but now I must go. The dragon waits. I do wonder if they can clean it up a little bit, because it's definitely been really compressed. But they probably have access to the original uncompressed stuff, assuming they backed it up and kept it. But yeah, that would be very interesting. That'd be very interesting if they added like more dialogue and all that. I don't know. Linda Carter in Fallout 4. That's cool. Yeah, there you go. She played Magnolia in Fallout 4. Yeah, they were very involved. Very involved. Okay. Let me see. I'll continue catching with these. Sumaya, do a poll on which would look better, Oblivion Remake or The Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, I'm down to do a poll. I think we all know the answer, though. And the comparisons are going to be everywhere. Which will look graphically better? Oblivion Remastered or Elder Scrolls 6? Okay. This is what we're going to do. You have to pick one. Okay? I'm going to post these in the chats so everybody, Twitch and YouTube alike, can vote. Okay, give me just a second. Oh, no way. Twitch is going to try to make me re-log in. How dare you? Okay, just a second. Twitch people. Copy. Boop, 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 boop. And paste. Ooh, that didn't seem to work too good. Here it is. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Okay, everybody vote. Okay. Some people are saying they think Elder Scrolls 6 will still beat it out. And just like that, I trapped all of your IP addresses. All of the ES6 viewers are banned. No, it's just fine. It's fine. I got you. Have I played Skull and Bones update yet? No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Elder Scrolls 6 will have better loading screens. We can hope.
65%. Okay, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised the number's that high. I'm surprised. Just being honest. Maybe, you know, they blow us away. Maybe they've made a ton of progress and it surprised me. But I'd be surprised if Elder Scrolls 6 outperforms it graphically. Now, it might be a better game. It might have cooler features or whatever. But yeah. We'll see. Anyway, so having said all that, the Oblivion remaster looks good, I think. I'm excited to jump back into it, but we should find out in like 5 days. Sure. I think we will. Garrett, we did look at the Kronos gameplay trailer earlier in the stream. You should be able to like rewind to it. Thank you for the 5. But yeah, we did look at it earlier on the stream. I think it looks solid. Let's see. Francisco the Disco says remakes are good because I've spent 700 plus hours on Skyrim, but only lasted 1 hour on Oblivion because of how clunky it played. Bethesda games don't age well. Yeah, I think you're able to get into them if you've been playing them for years. Like you said, 700 hours on Skyrim. For a lot of people, they try Skyrim nowadays and they fall off of it immediately because it's got kind of like a crappy combat system and it's very buggy and clunky even now. So I think they're games that if you stick with them from the beginning, you can like fall in love with them and eat them up. But for players who have never experienced it before, they can be very repulsive. I don't know. That sounds worse than I mean it. I just mean people bounce off it very quickly, you know? Very quickly. Let's see. I read that one. Okay. Spec Ops again. Thank you for the very generous 5 gifted. That's crazy generous. Thank you. Okay. Honestly, Spec Ops, I thought you were already a mod. I'll just add you as a mod now. I thought I had you as a mod, but maybe I didn't. Garrett, thank you for the 5. Oh yeah, the Kronos gameplay trailer. I think it looks good. You can rewind. We'll also be posting a stream clip of it or a Luke Stevens clip about it, I'm sure. Good Kid, thank you for the 5. So did the Skull and Bones update add skin. I'll see myself out. I see what you did there. You sly dog. MPCDN got the resub for 3 months. Oh baby, thank you for that. Star Citizen has free flight coming later this week. Oh really? Oh, so we might need to jump in. Maybe we add that to our to-do list, Jacob, as we do a video on Star Citizen, revisiting it. Since our last video, they raised another $100 million. Since our last video, they raised another $100 million. Okay, just let that settle in. It's been running super well the last month. I'm glad. I mean, I've heard very good things about the latest updates, so I want to jump in. But they did a wipe, so I don't have my like crazy ships anymore. I think what we'll do is maybe we'll play it on stream, and I'll see if I can get footage with some of you guys who play. Maybe we hop on. You can show some of your ships. You can end up in the video and stuff. That could be cool. Let's see. Let's see. Jimothy, thank you for that 5. How do you define AAA games? By budget or by the final quality of the game? If one studio can do it for 50, what other studio can do it for 300? Is that AAA? The definition of like the A scale is typically budgetary. That's what most people refer to. So it's why we meme on Yves Guillemot calling Skull and Bones the first quadruple A game. In terms of budget, he might not be wrong because they spent like a decade on that. And I'm sure they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it over that time period. But part of that, it's a double-edged sword. When you raise the budget, players expect higher quality. And so if you're going to claim that you're a quadruple A game, they expect GTA 6. You know, they don't expect
Skull and Bones. So it's kind of, it goes hand in hand. Like the higher budget, people expect higher quality, which is why if you're a AAA game and the quality isn't high, people say it's a scam. People say that it's unacceptable, that it's bad, blah, blah, blah. But it also, because it's a double-edged sword, if a team can come in for 50 million and make a game that is of AAA quality, what typically is agreed upon to be AAA quality, then they find immense success. Like KCD 2, they turned a profit on the first day, which is insane, you know. But part of this, it constantly evolves because like Witcher 3 cost $80 million to make. 80 million, okay? It looks like Witcher 4 is going to be like 250 to 350 million when all is said and done. Like massive spike in price. That includes like marketing and stuff, but still, it's a huge project. So the standard raises and shifts, but it's why like I see the somebody else degrees below says, "Hey Luke, just want to say thanks for keeping my workday interesting. Looking forward to the Expedition 33 review you totally are not working on." Yes, I'm totally not working on that every chance I get. But with that's a great example of a game that's made by roughly 30 people. And whatever you think about turn-based games, I think we can all agree that Expedition 33 does not look like a game that was made by 30 people. I mean, get out of here. Are you kidding me? 30 people. And they're saying that they guesstimate like just the story is 30 hours long. Like what? So that just makes games like this all the more impressive because this was almost certainly not made with a AAA budget. It's made by 30 people. 30 people. A lot of former Ubisoft devs, actually, fascinatingly enough, because they're in France. So a lot of them have previously worked on games like Breakpoint, Ghost Recon stuff. But wouldn't tell by looking at this, tell you what. But this makes it so if this ends up being good and ends up being of like a quality standard that's high, it makes this like all the easier to recommend or justify buying, right? Because you're like, oh, it's cheaper. And right now you can like pre-order this thing for like $45. 45. Made by 30 people. It's insane. So anyway, we'll talk about that in the future, probably. You know what we probably won't talk about? Probably. I didn't think I'd be talking about it now. Skull and Bones. We got to transition to this. I mean, come on, man. Come on. I never in 1,000 years thought that we'd be seeing year 2 of this, but we are. And they are doing a lot of overhauling to it. So they're adding bigger ships for one, but the biggest and most surprising thing is, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? They've added like actual sword fighting and swashbuckling to the game. Like what? This wasn't in the game at all before. Like what? Legal obligations still? No. What I think this is they want to have a live service version of Black Flag basically out and available for when the Black Flag remake launches later this year. So I think their whole goal is you play the Black Flag remake, you go, ooh, I like that. I want more of that to play with my friends. And then they say, hey, try Skull and Bones for free for a week. And they sell that to you on the side, you know, and then you jump into Skull and Bones. I think that's the goal. And to their credit, they actually are making massive improvements. Adding swashbuckling was something tons of people complained about it when it first launched. That it wasn't there, and they're doing it. And you know what? Credit where it's due. That's cool. I appreciate that. You can see that they're doing things like land combat's not coming until season 3. So that's still a little ways out. I was thinking it was going to come out today. So we were going to like play it on stream was the plan. But it looks like that's going to come maybe like in the summer, later in the summer, maybe like August, September, whatever that may be. But yeah, then they're going to add the Kraken in season 4, new improvements, new ship, and that's going to lead into, hopefully for them, year 3. I think most of us, though, are expecting that they probably are going to have like the Black Flag remake launch right about here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have the Black Flag remake launch like right here while they're doing the Kraken launch event, and they just try to line them up. I think that's a big thing. Wonder if this will actually boost player numbers. I don't think any of this stuff will. Item Ascension, World Tiers, Medium Ship, Schooners, Helm Empire Revamp. I don't think any of this really does much. Because it's just more Skull and Bones, but like endgame players are being served. Season 2, Megaforce, the frigate ship, that might excite some people, but again, that's more endgame stuff. Season 3, though, Rogue Warlord officers and land combat. I think the land combat is what gets people to try it again. So I think you'll see player numbers be like flat until land combat, and then you'll see people try it and jump in. And I think it's not a coincidence that this is lining up right about when we expect the Black Flag remake to come. That's my guess. Why did I read Schooner as Gooner? You've been online too much. Oh, man. But yeah, there you go. There you go. It's happening. They're doing it. And again, credit where it's due. A lot of other companies just dump those games and abandon them. Like even like Suicide Squad has been abandoned already. You know, they pretty much launched it, got the money they could get out of the $70 copies, and just put out everything they had already made and just moved on. But Ubisoft, of all companies, is sticking with it, doing a second year of support, probably revving up for a third year of support, because they're going to try to capitalize on like pirate fans who play Black Flag Remake and are like, I want more of this. And if they can honestly provide an experience that's cooperative and similar in feeling to Black Flag, but in Skull and Bones, that I think can be successful. It's why I said like the core concept of providing Black Flag, but you can play it with your friends as a pirate, like as a pirate crew or as a pirate empire, whatever. That's not a bad idea. Like Sea of Thieves is fun because you all get to play as pirates together. It's a good time. It's not a bad idea. Skull and Bones' problem was that it was horribly executed, and they got rid of all the stuff people wanted and kept all the stuff people were kind of on. But if they can add that stuff back in and provide an experience players do want, at the same time that they give them a taste of it with Black Flag Remake, fueled by nostalgia, I think that does find some success. That could actually end up doing well. But again, it's all about execution. Fantastic execution will never make a bad idea good, but bad execution will make a good idea bad. You know, it really will. Took them 15 years. Yeah, dude. I mean, took them a long time. Long time. Yeah, more support. I hope they just stick with it and don't abandon it so quickly. That's my hope. Because we've seen so many examples of games that come out and you're like, this could end up being really good in the long run. They just have to work on it and add a bunch of stuff. And then they just abandon it before it's had a chance. You know, think of if they had abandoned Cyberpunk. I don't think anybody would have blamed them. You know? I don't think anybody would have blamed them. But it also, like, the fact that they didn't, I think, helped it a lot and won back a lot of goodwill with gamers as well. Yeah. For Honor ruined my life. Yeah, dude, the For Honor team is rumored to be working on a new project. A new project. And, I think they were assigned to one of the Assassin's Creed projects. But yeah, that team is still out there. They're still working on stuff. Imagine where they'd be with Concord if they hadn't given up so quick. That one is tricky because they were not just going to be competing with Overwatch. Marvel Rivals would have come out, and then I think a lot of people who were playing Concord would have abandoned it to play Marvel Rivals. So it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I think one of the big things was their post-launch support was mainly tied into these little cutscenes they were going to do every week. Except nobody gave a crap about the cutscenes because they did that thing where they just jump straight into the story in the middle of it and then don't really explain anything. And so you just get like a 90-second cutscene that doesn't make any sense to you. And that's supposed to keep you engaged until next week. And it just didn't work in concept. Remember, Herman Holst said he thought that that was a revolutionary storytelling technique. So like, I think it was always going to struggle because, again, it just was a game nobody really wanted. And the execution wasn't very... Like, mechanically, execution was solid. The game wasn't buggy. The game ran well. The shooting was tight. And I can say that because I'm one of the few people that played it. But, like, it didn't make the idea any better. You know? Like I said, good execution can't make a bad game or a bad idea good. And bad execution can make a good idea bad. And in the case of Concord, it was... solid execution on an idea that was just bad. It was like, we're going to just make Overwatch, but like kind of worse and less interesting. It was just, what are we doing? Anyway, I do want to hear your thoughts on something though. Okay. News segment. Oh, I should catch up on these real quick. Let's see. I read that one. Yeah, Game Wire's news. Thank you for the 2. Isn't the For Honor team or For Honor devs working on Marvel Blade? I thought they were working on... I mean, maybe they're working on multiple stuff. They might have split the team up. For Honor Blade. Yeah, so I think like half the team is working on that, and then half the team is working on something else. They might have splintered off. I'm not sure. I remember reading an article, I think on Insider Gaming, talking about it, but yeah. I think you're right. I think like the core team is still there, but I could have sworn I read an article from Tom Henderson talking about how they had like part of the team. That's the Dishonored team. That's Arcane. Oh, Marvel Blade. I thought, okay. Well, no, the For Honor. Let me see. For Honor's doing, I thought you were talking about the For Honor, like, they did a few rounds of seasons that were titled like different blades. So they did like the Muramasa Blade and stuff like that. I thought you were talking about this. I guess, yeah, Marvel Blade. The Marvel Blade game is Arcade Leon. I thought you were talking about like some of these like new seasons they're doing tied to certain weapons. The Bridge of Blades, and they did a bunch of stuff like that. But yeah, I think if you're talking about Marvel, like the Marvel game Blade, then yeah, that's Bethesda with Arcane Leon. Arcane Leon. Okay. Mark Fleming, thank you for the 3 months. I just don't get why we can't get Destiny 3 instead of Marathon. I think it's because Destiny has not been making them like hardly any money for a long time, and so they just needed something different, and this was their approach to just try something different. Yeah. I was surprised to see how many games Virtuous has actually helped out on. Maybe them handling the remasters better than BGS doing it. Oh, I think so. I mean, I'll be real. I'm not super impressed with BGS's ability to work on older games. Like, you remember they did the Fallout 4 update where they added ultra-wide support and they broke it? They never fixed it. Have any of you guys tried to play Fallout 4 recently? Like after all the updates and stuff. I'm talking about the Steam version, okay? Not the like GOG whatever thing. Yeah, and then they broke the Fallout London update. Fallout 4. I think they called it the next gen update. I think they actually called it that. Oh yeah, look. Luke video from 11 months ago. I knew this was a possibility. The Fallout 4 Next Gen update does in fact break many of your mods. It's okay because they've done other stuff in this update and it's probably gonna get fixed pretty quick by modders, but still, it's a little frustrating, but I mean, yeah, they broke that. And then where's the expectations? Xbox Series X, existential crisis, future of Fallout, final thoughts. Where's the ultra wide PC performance? Yeah, I kind of crapped out all the PC performance. Where's the ultra wide stuff? Ultra wide. Somebody found a fix. That's nice. Where's the clip? I think it was Juicehead had a video, or maybe it was a tweet. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I think it was a tweet. Juicehead, Fallout 4 Next Gen. I don't see it. Damn it. Anyways, I had a bookmark somewhere, but I can't find it. Well, maybe we do a deep dive on that because it's kind of amazing. But anyway, I'm not super impressed with their ability to work on old stuff. So yeah, I think it's better to have a separate team do it. Yeah. If Todd catches devs fixing bugs, they get reprimanded. Yeah. It's like, does that have enough detail in it? Stop it. Stop it. Enough. I told you it should just work. That video was when the Fallout show aired. Yeah, it was right around that time. Right around that time. Okay. I honestly want to know what you guys think about this, okay? So hear me out. News segment. So in light of all of the like data and reveals for Marathon, it's reignited a discussion in a lot of gaming communities, specifically around proximity chat. Okay. And, you know, what they've said is that they are not actively, like currently, they do not have proximity chat in Marathon because it is too toxic. And I've heard other companies say similar things where they're like, yeah, we don't want to do that. It's just too toxic because you get the people that like hop on and, you know, they just scream stuff. Or you also have the thing in all games that have team chat where like one dude is listening for some reason to really loud music on a separate speaker that's blaring through his chat mic he has on for some reason. So you can't understand anything he's saying and it makes the entire chat like unusable. It's inevitably going to happen. But my thing is like, gamers are capable, okay? Like if you don't like that one person has his microphone on while he blasts music, you just mute that guy, right? Like to me, it's not a big deal. But I think the reason why I like the idea of proximity chat in a game like this is because it can actually build on gameplay, which is something I don't think has been talked a lot about. All of this discussion has been tied up in the idea that it's too toxic and that's why it's bad. And there's no upside other than maybe you get funny clips for it, which I can understand. But I do think that there's a lot of gameplay implications, specifically and especially in a game like Marathon, an extraction shooter, that makes prox chat an even better idea. And it's something we brought up to some of the designers. Like I said, I had the opportunity to speak to some people at Bungie, some of the devs, including the game director himself, Joe Ziegler, other people like Lars, who are senior designers and have worked on the game for a long time and have some firm thoughts on it. And it's interesting. Yeah, here it is. I can say that I was at lunch when a senior designer came to our table. All 5 of us players said Prox Chat would be a great addition, and he said it was something they had talked a lot about internally. So at least it's on the table. And this is true. Multiple devs told me that it was something they had debated a lot because I think they liked the idea. But what do I mean specifically by gameplay implications? Well, in an extraction shooter, it's all about like the risk reward of taking stuff with you in and getting out with high quality items and not losing it in the match by dying. And other teams are also dealing with this frustration too. Even when you get the jump on this team, they might have a really valuable sniper rifle. They don't want to give up. They don't want to lose. And as the game is right now, there's no way of communicating with them or anything. You just kind of have to shoot them and fight with them, and that's it. But just imagine for a second that in this situation, there is proximity chat, meaning I come up to this team and I decide to take a chance, take a risk. And I say into the proximity chat, I say, we have you surrounded. Don't move. We don't want any trouble. We just have to cross through. Let's stand down. Or there's a team off to the north that has extremely valuable loot based on what we're seeing from what they've gathered. Let's team up and take them out and go our separate ways. There's all sorts of weird ways that you can do it. Get shot immediately, yeah. But this is a thing that's happened in Tarkov a lot too, where players will come across each other and they might just decide, I'm going to walk away. Don't shoot me, I won't shoot you. And so you get this weird like moment where you start backing up slowly, watching each other. And the second somebody goes to ADS, they get capped, right? Because you can't trust them at that point. But don't go ADS. Walk back slowly. And in Marathon, it would probably be swap to your knife, so you don't have your gun equipped. And let's just back away slowly and move on with our day. Like, there's actual gameplay implications for this. There's also been discussions. They didn't confirm anything super, they didn't say anything super precise about some of these events I'm going to describe, but it was implied that they were exploring the idea of having certain world events or like world boss type things where there's big androids or something that might come in, or a horde of them, and they're guarding a really valuable treasure. So imagine, in a typical area, there might be 5 NPC type robots that you could fight, but in this area, there's 20, and they're surrounding a really valuable chest, or maybe 2 chests that are super valuable. There's a situation where players might be able to team up together to take that challenge on, and they just split the treasure. You take one chest, we take ours, and we move on with our day. We don't kill each other, we just move on, and we work together. And maybe somebody betrays the other team, maybe they try to respectfully do it, but it adds a dynamic, it adds a fold to that, right? That's a little bit dynamic. And this is something that can build as the community builds too, where you're going to be playing some of these matches. Imagine they've been describing how they want to have a ranked mode. A lot of the time when you go into ranked in these types of games, you're playing similar teams or the same teams even regularly, where you're fighting the same teams 5-6 times throughout the week as you play. And it could get to the point where, this team has a really bad reputation. They say that they're going to help you and then they don't. Or they say they're gonna not jump you, but then they do. So we're gonna be nice to them, but maybe we have a code word. And when I say, Blackbird, that's when we jump them because they can't be trusted. And so you build like a reputation around those teams once you recognize the usernames and stuff like that. There's all sorts of interesting things that can come from having a proximity chat beyond just getting to say funny, stupid stuff, which I think is where the discussion has just been stuck since this initial announcement, because that's what they've said has prevented them from doing it, is the fear of toxicity, which I think is just a really unfortunate reason to cut it out, because the toxicity thing is something that can be fixed quite easily because you have a block button, you have a mute button, you're an adult, and even if you're a teenager, you know where those buttons are. You can just turn it off. If Timmy is being super annoying, just mute him, okay? If he's so annoying or he's like screaming horrifying words, you block him. And a lot of these online games, I think Call of Duty even does this now, they will record voice chat on a match-to-match basis, so that if you report somebody for saying something or for putting something in chat or whatever that's like horrible, then they can actually review those logs and then permaban that person. And in a game that's really high stakes like Marathon, people are not going to want to get their accounts banned because you have really valuable loot and gear that you don't want to give up. So I think, you know, you have a pretty strict enforcement policy on, you know, screaming expletives or maybe not expletive, but like, you know what I mean? Like the most horrible words and slurs and stuff that could get somebody kicked off if they were streaming on Twitch or something. You have really strict enforcement policies against that type of thing. And then you just let players regulate it themselves. If they don't like how one person is talking, they've got their microphone on, or as somebody said earlier, they've got the clicky keyboard. Jinx says with the $5 super chat, people with loud mechanical keyboards who use open mic making me want to scream. Yeah. It's like that. If there's somebody like that, you just mute them. And move on with your day. You know, it's not that big of a deal. And then probably realistically with a game like this, if you're doing random fills, I probably would just basically block that player so we can't match together again. Cause I'm like, I don't want to get matched with him again because I've got him muted because he has a bad track record there. So there are ways to do it. I don't know why we have to coddle gamers like they can't handle hearing a bad word and then just blocking the person. You know, and the fact that it's being debated so much internally makes me think that there's some fierce advocates for prox chat at the studio who really, really want it. But there's some, you know, one or two people high up in the chain of command who don't want it for various reasons, and they are holding it up. But I'm hoping the feedback is fierce enough that it actually makes a difference and they listen to it. It's time said on Stadia time. It's Stadia time. They said this, okay. I have a pretty genuine reason for wanting proxy or chat instead of just laughs and dumb moments. And I think this is similar vein to what I described when we were talking to the devs. Marathon is being sold as an extraction shooter where various elements of the match involve fighting AI to unlock puzzles. A dev during an interview even said that some of the encounters and puzzles will feel raid-like. If I encounter another team actively trying to complete one of these secrets, maybe I would like to try and communicate with them and join them to help instead of immediately risking a team fight on site. The only way to do this without some sort of global text chat is by directly communicating verbally with nearby players. Because it adds a fold, it adds a dynamic when you can ask somebody a question. We could agree on a truce, fight together to finish the encounter, designate roles like a true live LFG, and share loot before parting ways or turn on each other at the last moment. I genuinely believe the best way to do that is to allow communication between teams. Otherwise, you're hoping that players and people can understand intentions through nonverbal dialogue, which is highly unlikely when people know there will be PvP elements and will be on the edge at all times for any other teams. Teabagging and shaking your gun while you jump can only go so far. I truly hope this feature is genuinely considered. I'd love to barter and join other teams I come across knowing we can hurt each other, but don't, to achieve a common goal if we choose to. Anything to ease that entry is welcome and needed. Agree 1,000%. 1,000%. And if you don't like it, you can turn it off. It's why ultimately, like, I just genuinely don't understand the complaint that, well, it's because some people are toxic. Then mute it, you dumbass. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's pretty easy, you know, like just mute it. Okay. We've all been in that situation where you hop in a team chat and some dude is just losing his mind and you mute him. Honestly, at one time we were playing Marvel Rivals and there was one guy that was, I forget who was playing, but I think it was a Thing. He played the Thing and he just would charge into situations to like their back rank by their spawn, far away from healers, and he would get killed. And so he started complaining that he wasn't getting the heals he needed when he really just wanted like a pocket mercy, like in Overwatch. He just wanted somebody, like all the healers, to follow him around while he just did, you know, whatever he wanted. And they wouldn't do that. The healers were staying on the point and like focusing on the objective. And so he was just like the quintessential neckbeard loser who just, everything was about him. So we just started to make fun of him, and we would, you know, poke fun, poke and prod, because he was really toxic, saying really nasty stuff. You know, like very sexist stuff and everything. You could just tell he's just one of those guys just acting out. So we like shot back and we would poke fun at him. One of the other guys on the team started like in the text chat, he didn't have his microphone on, but he did put in text chat stuff like, "You talk like you smell bad." And stuff like that. And the dude shut up and he stopped whining. You know, it hit him a little. He was like, okay, that one was personal. You know, it's always when they stop talking, you know, ooh, that one had a little truth in it. But that's part of the fun of these things. Okay. We're adults. We talk, we give stuff back and forth, you know, it's okay. And if you're really annoyed by that guy, you just mute him. You just mute him and it's okay. It's okay. So I hope that they are not just going to keep proximity chat out, because they have a couple of devs at the studio who have really thin skin and are worried about that type of thing. Because all of these problems can be fixed by just muting the other players if you don't like what they're saying. It's quite simple, you know? Yeah. Yeah, fight bullying with bullying. Yeah, it's like that South Park song. Let's all get together and make bullying kill itself. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. Okay. Close that down. Okay. But it sounds like we're all largely on the same page. If you don't like it, you turn it off. It's pretty easy. Modern Warfare 2 lobbies are not for the new generation. Well, part of it is that because they've like coddled gamers so much by just turning proximity chat and voice chats off, it's made it so people don't know how to react to it anymore. And it's like more jarring than it should be. Like, oh, that guy's saying stuff to try and like get under your skin. Oh, just mute him. Problem solved. You know, it's really not that big of a deal. It really is not. Oh, I wonder if I still have. No, damn it. It's going to make me log in again. We had some back when I would stream Warzone occasionally, we had some funny clips where people were, you know, you get the kill against somebody and they're just totally surprised and you get a really funny proximity chat and it's just entertaining. There was one I still remember. I swear to God, it was like a dad or maybe like an older brother playing Warzone in a team with his son or younger brother who sounded to be like 7, 8 years old or something. And, you know, we got the kill against the older one and we could hear like him trying to encourage the little guy, and it was very sweet and made me feel really bad. So we like let him res. We threw armor plates down and we just left. But it was very sweet. But like that was a moment I still remember years later because of how unique an experience it was, and it wasn't something you could script. It wasn't something that you could plan for. It just happened organically because of proximity chat, you know, and it was great. It was great. Carl, that kills people, Carl. Okay, we should talk about this real quick. Okay. Do. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Damn it. There's another article I wanted to look at, but I accidentally closed it. Now I can't find it. Darn it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. I don't know where I put it. Anyway, real quick. New mini segment. La la la. Limit breaks. Same for the 2. This is Limit's mom. Can you unlock his chat, please? Unblock his chat. Are you blocked on chat? What does that mean? And oh no, it's his mom. Oh no. Is it like blocking a message of yours? I don't see it. I don't know. His mom needs you to call him. Oh, okay. Oh man, hold on. Let me. Okay, Edwin. Real quick, thank you for that. 5. Prox chat would be really fun, but Bungie needs Marathon to do well. An harassment scandal due to Prox chat could bring a problem they can't afford. What scandal could there be, though? Like, even for streamers, you have one guy that pops on and is screaming some expletive. You just block him, mute him, you get a clip on LSF, and you're happy. Like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And I know it's the inside joke, yeah. No, but I also, he said that there was a blocked chat, so I thought maybe like the chat bot had timed him out or something. I was like, oh no, it shouldn't do that. So I was just checking. The line between the joke and reality was blurred. I couldn't tell anymore. But yeah, I don't know what the scandal even would be. Like, and that's the thing. Once players start playing like ranked or really hardcore matches, those players do not want to risk having their accounts banned. So they will be on good behavior, largely. You know, like, I don't think it would. I can't imagine what the scandal would be. Like, even somebody gets on there and screams something horrible. It's like, oh, yeah, block them. That happens. You know, maybe they're super worried about that type of thing. I don't personally think like that would prevent players from playing. I think the net positives greatly outweigh the potential negatives. Personally, they need word of mouth to carry this game. Yeah, and clips and stuff. And I think if players are having unique experiences and they're like, yeah, there was this one time I came across a team and they were working on this world event, but they were struggling. So I offered to help them so long as they didn't jump me. And so I started to help them and we did the world event and we got a ton of amazing loot. And then we went our separate ways. Or maybe then I jumped them because there was only one of them left and I took all his stuff. Went straight evil on it. Like, that's a cool, unique encounter and experience you wouldn't have had otherwise, and it wouldn't have been possible without Prox chat. I think that is worth a lot more than somebody calling you a poo-poo, like poopy, no pants. Like, I think that's much more valuable. Yeah, look at Repo. Yeah, look at all those games where they just pop off because of those types of clips. It makes a difference. Okay. Close. Yeah, I should text Jor and see if we're doing the podcast today. Where is he? There he is. Okay, I will see what he says. Cap. Real quick, we should talk about this. Oh yeah, limit. You're totally fine. Ismaili, thank you for that one. Problem with muting is that you lose an advantage of negotiating with others. Holding your finger on the mute button instead of just playing isn't fun. Holding your finger on the mute button instead of just playing isn't fun. You lose an advantage of negotiating. Well, I think any advantage of negotiating was also lost by the player who refused to negotiate by yelling out crappy stuff. What I'm saying when I say mute, I don't mean just turn off Prox chat. I mean like mute that player who's being problematic, for lack of a better term. But maybe some people just genuinely don't like proximity chat, in which case they turn it off. And if in that case, if that is a disadvantage for them, that's just part of it. I mean, that's part of the experience. You know, if you play it refusing to talk to anybody, or what like I would do in Warzone, I didn't really like doing the talking in Prox chat, so I would have that like in-game chat on push to talk. But me and my team were on Discord together, and so we would hear people talking through Prox chat, but we wouldn't do any talking. So it was a one-way street, but we got information from those people in that way. You know, Will Marathon be able to run on a crappy PC? We don't know yet. I mean, they posted the alpha specs, which are a little heavier, just like a little bit heavier, but it's alpha. So it's going to change. It's going to change. Okay, real quick. News, I just want to put this out there for everybody real quick, okay? The Witcher 4 is coming. We know it's coming. They did the reveal. It looks baller. Blah, blah, blah. We've been through that before. But there is a new wave of scams coming out around the game. And I want you to be cautious with this, okay? Because we're all very excited for The Witcher 4. We all want to play it. We all want to play test. Like, we all want to see a little sneak peek. We all want it. But there's a scam going around, okay? There are members of the Witcher 4 community that have been getting invites to alleged beta tests or play tests for the game. They'll say, oh, we want you to play test for the game. Give us an idea of what you think of the game in this early state of production. You'll get to see it early, blah, blah, blah. It's not true. It's not true. The official Witcher page has come out and saying this is a scam. Officially, they're not doing that. We've been taking the necessary steps to take this fraudulent messaging down. That said, if you receive any invites to or stumble upon news of one, we kindly ask you to report the scam using the tools available in your email client or the social media platform you're using. Remember, professional monster slayers don't fall for scams. They see right through them and slay them. P.S. Should we ever organize any beta tests in the future, you will hear about it first, as always, via our official social media and websites. So just be aware. Be aware that scams are happening. But what's the other tidbit about this that's interesting? That they leave the door open to organize beta tests. Why would they need to do a beta test? Why would they need to do play tests? What could that possibly mean? Well, I have a little story for you. Okay. As of 2 days ago, an article from Game Rant. Project Orion, the sequel to Cyberpunk 2077, is expected to include multiplayer elements based on job listings and postings. Basically, what they're doing is that they have posted a bunch of job listings for people that they need. They recently hired 57 developers, 20 of them assigned to Project Orion. Even now, CDPR still seems to be hiring for Project Orion, and the recent job listing has indicated that the studio is looking for a senior gameplay programmer to work on the game. What makes the job listing stand out is that its description says that the developer's responsibilities will include building and maintaining gameplay systems that can work both in single player and multiplayer. When coupled with previous job listings where CDPR was looking for devs with multiplayer experience, this essentially guarantees that Project Orion will feature multiplayer elements. And this isn't even like that scandalous. I mean, they were talking about adding and doing multiplayer stuff for Cyberpunk. I believe there was even a planned mode that was canceled. Cyberpunk 2077 multiplayer mode. I think it was canceled like... Yeah. Yeah, it was canceled due to the game's turbulent launch. And yeah, it had to go away. So this was posted December of 2022. They revealed that they scrapped it. They said, we really needed to look at what were the priorities for Cyberpunk 2077 after launch. The priority was that the main experience will run for the people in a really good state. And essentially, the switch of priorities meant that other R&D projects had to go away. With Cyberpunk, we wanted to do many things at the same time, and we just needed to really focus and say, okay, what's the important part? Yeah, we will make that part really good, which they did. But this is why this particular little tidbit is interesting to me. Should we ever organize any beta tests in the future, you'll hear about it from us first, because I think they will. I expect probably for Project Orion, they will do something like, I don't know if it's going to be like a competitive thing. Like think factions for The Last of Us. Maybe they do something like that, or like even the multiplayer modes for Space Marine 2. Maybe they do something like that. Some people have suggested they're going to have a co-op campaign where it's like, oh, you can go through the whole game co-op, kind of like recent Far Cry games. I'm not sure. So my guys, become a Luke Stevens member and gain access to beta testing for The Witcher 4. Trust me, link for the beta in the Discord. This is the beta's mom, and we're just calling to tell you, if you sign up for the Discord, then you online races, maybe you can compete times. I don't know, but I do think that, you know, this important information, yes, scams are happening, stay vigilant, slay the things, slay it. But this I just thought was a little interesting, because I'm like, oh, why would you need to do beta tests? But I think it's because they are adding multiplayer to the next Cyberpunk game. So keep an eye out for that. That's going to happen eventually. Realistically, I think The Witcher 4 is probably like 2027, 2028. It's probably a cross-generational game. And then we probably see the next Cyberpunk game 2030, 2031, something like that. That's my guess. Maybe we see it sooner. I would love to see that. CDPR definitely wants to hit like a once every 2-3 year kind of pace with their games. I think that would be where they're happiest, but they definitely have a lot of work ahead of them before it's ready. So we'll see. But yeah, just in case you didn't know, there you go. Let's see. Probably a GTA Online type thing for Cyberpunk. It would make perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, I think that would print money. Like, that would just print money. A Cyberpunk, like, GTA Online type of thing with Cyberpunk roleplay and all sorts of stuff like that. It would be so cool. Be so cool. Did we talk about Elder Scrolls 4? Yes, we did. We did. I still have not heard from the Jor Raptor. Oh no, Jor. Where's my always on display? Why is it not turning on? Stay on, damn you. Ghosted by Horizon. Yeah, dude. Awkward. Awkward. You know what also is not awkward, though? This trailer for Mouse PI for Hire. This, if you guys haven't heard of this, this is kind of similar to Cuphead. It's one of those games that's built on hand-drawn animation.
Don't wait too long, they're going fast. Feeling the heat? Not anymore. The Cool D's Cold Steam Applier just hit the market. Say goodbye to sticky cheese crumbs. With this portable freezer, your meat and dairy will stay preserved until the end of time. Order now. Buy 2, pay for 3. Hot off the press, a must-have for every modern household. Introducing Clean D's Automatic Turpentine Cleanser. With our Automatic Turpentine Cleanser, you wipe, swipe, clean, and shine every inch of your front yard. Order now. Limited stock available. Tired of feeling invisible? Grab yourself a brand new Mind D's self-aware attitude changer. Without a device at hand, making friends becomes mind-blowingly easy. You don't need to strain your brain. Mind D will do the thinking for you. Don't think. Order before you come to your senses. Wishlist now.
I think it looks baller, dude. I think it looks super fun. I've had my eye on it for a long time. They announced it ages ago, and it seems really interesting. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what that looks like, how that comes out. Very interested. What? Oh, jeez. The Mario Kart World Direct is tomorrow. Ooh. I'm sure there will be lots to talk about, but yeah. It's tomorrow, April 17th. 7 a.m. my time, which is a good bit before my audience typically is active. Don't watch it, they'll sue you. Yeah, dude, for real. Like, I'd like to talk about it, because the best thing that could happen is that they show it, and the game is so incredible that we're like, this is why it costs $80. I'll believe it when I see it, but I don't know. I think Do we have any people who really like Mario Kart in here? Do we have any people that would like self-identify as Mario Kart fans? Anybody want to out themselves? Nope. Nope. Lol, nope. I don't know. For me, I looked at it and I was like, I don't really know how this would be that. Like the races look fine, but the free roam stuff, I'm not sure how compelling I would find that. You know? Because it seems like that's a pretty big selling point for the game, but who knows? It's Nintendo. It's probably good fun. It's probably really well put together, but still $80, man. I know people are like, you can just buy it with the bundle for $500 and then you get the game for basically $50. Yeah, it's like by design they do it that way so that you feel like you're getting a deal, but they just set the standard that $80 is okay. Oh man. I've never gone from like really excited for a reveal in a console with the Switch 2 till just like totally like screw you guys. It's really amazing. It's remarkable. It's remarkable. It really is. I can just play racing in Yakuza. Yeah, don't you know there's a racing mode in Death Stranding now in the director's cut? It's bad, yeah, but it's there. So seriously, that racing. Okay, represent in the chat. Say if you tried that racing mode in Death Stranding director's cut. Have any of you guys tried it? It's hilariously terrible. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. If you touch the walls at all, it stops you completely. So you're like rounding a corner, and if you're rounding the corner and you touch the wall, you don't like bounce off it or skid and scrape against it. You just ramp them. They have to like back up. Then keep going. It's so bad. It's so bad. Ed Boy says I beat them all. You are more patient than me, my friend. Wow. That new mode was a great example, in my opinion, of how sometimes if you're going to do something poorly, sometimes it's better to just not do it at all. That's kind of where I'm at, because it was so bad. I was like upset that I had spent time trying to do it. Or we did look at it earlier on the stream, the Kronos trailer. We did. The Last Sentinel, made by ex-Rockstar dev. Maybe. The Last Sentinel game. It's also a 2023 movie, apparently. This. Oh, wait. Yes, we did see this. Yes, this trailer. This trailer. Yes. This is ringing a bell. Do you guys remember this? Remember, it's like the android thing inside the building. It's kind of RoboCop-esque. Really beautiful. Damn. Yeah, the world seems fascinating. I'm very interested. I'm very interesting. Color me intrigued. Yeah, I forget where they showed this off initially. This was at the Game Awards 2023. Yeah. I'm interested, but it's also like no gameplay. It's a sizzle reel. It's one of these, they call them tone trailers. So they put it out there to try and set the tone. And while they're hiring people, they're trying to get people like interested and captivated that way. Because what a lot of people don't realize is sometimes game announcements are not for the customer. The game announcements are for the talent. So they announce the game to make it public and then try to get people to apply for jobs at their studio who think the project has potential and think that that's something that they want to check out. You know, it's a big part of it. Arc Raiders has confirmed Prox Chat. That's a good move.
That's a good move by them. No matter what, it's always a bad look if your competitors are doing something that you refuse to do and your reasons are always really, really light and flimsy. Because they don't really have a good reason other than just being like, because it's toxic. I feel like you need more than that. Let's see. Debendi Straw, thank you for the 5. Luke, have you seen the new Midnight Walk gameplay walkthrough from GameSpot? The art style looks awesome. Yeah, dude, that's a game I've kept an eye on. I think it looks awesome. I love the art style. I love the art direction. It's very interesting. I'm going to see if we can have things lined up to like play it and cover it, because it's very much my type of game. I love that creepy stuff. Might not perform super well on the channel, but it looks awesome. Looks awesome. And then also I can't read. Shiro-san, thank you for the 5. I hope the Mario Kart price pushes people to Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. All-Star Racing Transformed was great kart racer, and it's the same team. Interesting. Well, I mean, we'll see if it pushes anybody. The thing is, like, Nintendo just has a captive audience with that stuff. They just do. Like, oh, you want Mario Kart? Because Mario Kart is like, it's in the same vein as like Zelda and of course the Mario 3D games and Grand Theft Auto and Assassin's Creed. Like, if you want those types of games, nobody else really makes them on the same level. And then with Mario stuff specifically, like Nintendo just has a stranglehold on a bunch of people that just love Mario stuff. They just do. And I feel like if you're into Mario and you never clicked with Sonic, there's not really a lot of like elasticity there. I don't think there's a lot of people being like, I wanted Mario Kart, but didn't, the price is too much, so I'm going to go play Sonic. I don't think there's a lot of people like that. Snake Historian, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, this came out today, but IGN got rights to another Outer Worlds exclusive look. Oh, really? Did they fix the screen tearing? Probably not, right? No, they probably did. Yeah, look at this. Let's see. Yeah.
Expanding in so many directions. But another element.
This is something that a lot of open world games are not great at. It's what honestly Breath of the Wild was phenomenal at. Outer Worlds, there was actually a GDC talk where they talked about this. Specifically, what was interesting was, let's see, maybe screenshots. I just want to show, something like this. In Breath of the Wild, there's a really interesting thing that they do where they talked openly about this, but at GDC, they outlined how they target specific shapes because they found players' vision was tied to different shapes and tended to go towards different shapes differently. So they'll have different, let me just, find a color. They have things over here that are pulling your attention, things like this that are pulling your attention. They have these big triangles that pull your attention, and people's vision tends to float towards the center as their primary objective. And then you can even use these with multiple other points of interest that kind of cluster POIs in your view. So as you're looking through this stuff, you might spot this tower over here. You might spot this tower down here, and then you spot some other POIs like this. I can't tell if it's a tower or what that is, but either way, it's pulling my attention. And so just there, like your eyes kind of did a scoop down here, and then they float over here. You see another point of interest here. Ooh, what's that weird tower thing? That's interesting. And then you kind of loop back down. You see, a river. Oh, this wall. And they just want your eyes to kind of glide across the image, spotting new things that you could explore. And
it's a very simple concept where you basically just want the player to be able to scan with their eyes across the map and see a bunch of stuff that interests them. And in Breath of the Wild, you know, specifically they have the ability to pull out your whatever binocular scanner thing and actually put a marker on these POIs so that you can go back and find them later. Even though you saw them from a vantage point, and when you're running around down here, you wouldn't be able to see some of these POIs, but you'll still have it marked on your map. So like, there's lots of different techniques for this, but what's interesting in Outer Worlds 2, they're talking about trying to do the same thing where they have, you know, buildings off in the distance. You see that, you go, oh, I want to go to there. I want to see what is over there. And from these bigger vantage points, like they showed back here, back. Here, you know, they want you to be able to scan the environment and see things that are interesting. For this, though, I don't think it's in the same vein and it's quite on the same level as Breath of the Wild because, as you can see, there's just a difference in clarity and detail. Like, this is a building that seems interesting to me. I'm like, ooh, maybe I go there. And then I look over here and these lines are kind of drifting off this way. So you are kind of led to look over here. So maybe that's a POI. But there's not really much else that captivates you. Maybe this building down here that you're about to run into. But there's not a whole lot that pulls your attention. And I think it's just because there's not a lot of contrast in the image and the dust and cloud kind of flattens it out a little bit. But again, it's alpha, it could change. But it does go to show you the difference between like the little pops of color, the contrast of the building over the lighter background, the fact in this that they have the little blue light pillars that contrast against the rock and the grass very, very clearly. Like, there's a reason why the color on the towers is not green. There's a reason. It's because the blue contrasts better with the green grass in the background so you can see it easier. So there's just all these little bitty tips and tricks, all these little tricks that they use to pull your attention and inspire you to go and find what's over there. And it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of develops because they definitely are trying to do that. It's tougher with smaller environments though, because you see something that's interesting and then you walk over there within 30 seconds, you know?
Just cool, fun stuff to go do, nice loot to go find, cool stories to go unfold.
Golden Ridge is an area on the moon of Dorado within the Arcadia system that's owned by the Protectorate faction. It is rich with resources, but not teeming with life. So the water is poisonous. It's desert-like, but it has this like kind of arid appearance. But as I said, it's really rich with resources, and this has caused factions to fight over this landscape.
Yeah, I mean, the resource itself, Zeranium, is new to the Outer Worlds 2 and what that means, but it's the thing that powers all of Protectorate society. All the automechanicals and their major machines kind of run off of this stuff, which is one of the major reasons that everybody's kind of fighting over this. So that's kind of Golden Ridge's thing. Right, so you're going to get a lot of the same types of things, you know, that we had in the first game, right? So you're going to have cool side quests, interesting characters to kind of go and meet and do all of that stuff. But we also made sure we added in a lot of cool little things for players to go find that are little collectible type things. We have like these toss ball cards. We had a few of them in the first game, but we've added a ton of those things. You can collect them. You get cool bonuses for having that stuff. And again, another thing that was really, really important to us early on is making sure that we are telling cool, fun stories as well. Like, that's part of the reward is you go into these areas and you get to learn about like the different NPCs that were inhabiting these areas, the different different characters you're just going to kind of go and meet throughout this whole thing. So that was another big thing, that there's not just a material reward, but it's a cool, fun story reward that just really enhances the whole process. You know, one of the...
I like that. I like stories as rewards. You know, collectibles are not that exciting to me. I'm just like, more random crap you got to go search for. But hearing that they're tied to stories and little narrative elements, I'm okay. That's interesting.
The things that we do before we get into any area is we just have deep conversations about the overall story, not only just with the overall story itself, but the factions and kind of what they were doing, what's important to them. Why was anybody in Golden Ridge? And that kind of really sets the stage when we go to the artist and we're like, okay, there was a fight here. Here's what they were fighting over. Here's kind of why this ended up in the way that it is. We want the trench lines here, maybe for gameplay reasons, but here's why it makes sense story-wise. And then what usually happens at that point is the pods, mixtures of area designers, narrative designers, environment artists, they kind of get together and really kind of discuss, okay, well, like, here's the broad level idea. How do we get to, like, the core idea of, like, what is in here, the cool, fun little stories that we can tell with that backdrop. That's usually how we kind of go through our areas and kind of set that stuff up.
We intentionally design each of our worlds to feel different from each other. It's a unique landscape every time you land on a new moon, or
which I do think is crucial. It's helpful to have different looks. I will say that the purple the purple glowing gems is still very much a thing here. We're coming out of that phase, through the early 2020s and late 2010s. It seemed like every game, everything was just about giant glowing purple stuff. And I think Suicide Squad kind of put a nail in that a little bit. Now it's rarer, but for a while it was everywhere, dude. Like every game had giant glowing purple gems and jewels and zits and stuff. It's really stupid, but this does look good. And I mean, I will say, you can tell this is an Unreal Engine 5 game. The amount of geometry on screen at any given time is insane. It's crazy. Probably means it's gonna run like ass, but it looks good at least.
a new area. So it's
to be clear, they look decorative. Yeah, I'm not saying that you can pop these like Suicide Squad. If you want to pop purple zits, you play Suicide Squad. That's what you do.
Gonna be like you come here and it's like, oh, it's a little bit more of the same. No, this is completely different from the last moonscape you just came from, and the next one you're going to be visiting is completely different as well.
That said, like one thing I think that is going to really pop to people when they first get in there, and it would be super noticeable, is we have these big open areas, and Golden Ridge may be like the most open out of all of them. I mean, it's huge and it's vast, and it kind of gives you a cool feeling of like, man, this is a world I can go and explore. And you can see again all of the nooks and crannies everywhere, lots of cool things off in the distance to just like, yeah, I'm gonna go see that thing. I think that's going to show up almost immediately. I think, I won't get into what happens at the beginning of Golden Ridge, but there's a big state change in the area that where you first get over there, it's going to kind of blow people away, and it's going to make them, again.
I'm guessing it's an explosion based on what I'm seeing and the fact he said it blows people away.
Really want to go and investigate what's happening and all of that stuff. And you see that throughout a lot of our areas as well. We try to do those types of things, let the players see, big events that are happening pretty early to get them kind of hooked into the area.
One of the interiors we have Xyranium Labs is this big open mining facility. So you kind of get tunneled in through an elevator and you open up, and all of a sudden it's like a huge kind of environment, but within a confined space. We're able to kind of get that feeling of almost epicness, but in a way that is still very explorable. Player doesn't get lost in there. They can find their way and discover like little goodies along the ways.
Well, again, I think a lot of what we're doing.
I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with anything, but I'm just fascinated by it. Again, IGN's production value just continues to blow me away. It really is amazing. Watch, like, just as we go frame to frame, just like watch the side of the couch. Okay, frame to frame. You see this craziness, all that noise? Now that I pointed it out, you're not going to be able to see anything but that, okay? Because it's here on the side of the couch, it's on the hoodie, it's back in here, it's on the side here by his shoulder. What I think is happening, because it's not on this camera. It's not on this camera, but
again, I think a lot of
it is all over. You see how noisy that is? Watch, all over the frame.
Goodies along the ways.
Again,
it's just so noisy all over the place, and it looks so bad. You know what this is? It's not bitrate. No. You want to know why? And I'm just saying this as somebody that like has messed with my camera setup enough where I know this. Notice how in the background you have the other buildings, and they're largely very sharp. Even this thing that's like this skyscraper that's next to them, that is 1,000 feet away, 2,000 feet away, however far away this skyscraper is. That out the window is still very, very sharp. The lines are still very sharp, okay? Same with the reflection of the other building and all that. they're filming this on like, I'm guessing a lens that has it at like f20, f24 or whatever. And then when you swap to the other camera, like this one that doesn't have the noise issue, you see how nice and soft the bokeh is in the background and all that. That's because this is probably shot on like an f2.4 and f4, something like that. All that means is that the aperture of the camera lens, it's wider, letting in more light, which softens out the background better. But it also means that more light is getting into the sensor. When you go and you have it on a really high f-stop value, it means that the aperture is really tiny. Not much light is being let in at all. And you can see they have lights. These are lights they have shining on these two guys in the same room. And it still has that problem. And it's because they're shining the light, but so little light is actually getting into the sensor. They're having to crank the ISO up to make it look half decent. So you get this noise distortion bouncing and jittering all over the frame. And it looks terrible. I think that's what's happening. I'm driven crazy by it. It's just every time we watch anything with IGN, there's always technical problems, dude.
But, you know, in true Obsidian game style, we allow players to go everywhere and kind of experience whatever they want. So, you know, when we go in there, we work with the environment artists and the audio designers to really draw the player around, either through visual markers or interesting things that they're kind of hearing. And so that's really what we use to kind of softly pull the player through areas. But again, we know where we want the players to go, so we put the most interesting elements in the spaces that we want them to kind of walk through.
Guys, you have the plant face in focus. The game director's not What are we doing? This is your job. You have 19 million subscribers. Sorry, 18.9. What are we doing? It's amazing to me, man. It's amazing to me.
Walk towards.
We have this like decorative Art Nouveau touch kind of over everything, but we also kind of ground our technological reality as if it was still constructed in the early 20th century. With this, you know, we're able to...
God, dude, just look at the sheer amount of rubble. Like geometric rubble all over the frame. That's how you know this is an Unreal Engine 5 game, because it's just... They're using nanite to the max.
Like kind of pull from areas of like the late Old West to almost World War I-esque items and imbue the areas with like these like little touches. If the player kind of goes through Dorado, they'll notice like a trench warfare line that is reminiscent of World War I. And if
that's what it made me think of, like actual trenches and stuff. Way too clean to be like actual warfare trenches, but maybe they just built them.
They go like a little further into like a town, they'll still kind of have that frontier colony vibe that we wanted to hit, not just with game 1, but also push further with game 2.
I mean, I think a cool thing with the setting in general is everything is very analog.
I swear to God. What's the over-under on them cutting to a close-up and it's out of focus again? I don't know. Isn't it sad that this is what we're talking about? I think the game looks solid. Don't get me wrong. It's just this stuff is distracting, IGN. For the love of God, I can't.
Everything is very... Clunky's not the right word, but everything has like meat to it. You know, things are not sleek and small. And I think that's really cool when you go through the world. You see that. You see lots of huge wires and pipes that come in and out of things that kind of show almost the internals of like how these things work. I think it's a very interesting thing, and we've kind of doubled down on that. And you can see that in a lot of our areas
focus
as well.
Thank God. Yeah, I think they've taken their time with it. I'm also just in awe that they are putting this out. Like, they just put out Avowed. And they're putting this out. Like, it's amazing how quickly they're pumping through these games. It really is crazy. Like, one studio pumping out 2 pretty solid games within like 9 months, 12 months of each other. It's wild. It makes me wonder if they're clearing development space for another project. Maybe. No, realistically, they're just going to do another Avowed sequel. That's already being rumored and stuff. But yeah, I think it's really, really impressive that they're getting through these so quickly. But it's also, again, one of the advantages of Unreal Engine is that apparently it allows you to work really, really quickly. Like, say what you will about it. You don't have to love the Unreal Engine because it makes things run like crap and, you know, there's all sorts of problems. But it does seem to, at the very least, allow teams to work
work very fast, you know. So.
Well, I'll tell you a couple quick advantages of using Unreal Engine 5. One, we had limitations before with how many people can work within a certain area at a time. That's been way more freeform in how we are able to utilize the engine. So multiple people, designers, artists can be working that same area at one time without having to collaborate on top of each other. But the greatest advantage...
Yeah, something just as simple as that, having the cloud tools so that you can work on one part of the map at the same time instead of having to have things isolated off. That's a huge deal. It wasn't a given for like a long time. It used to be that, oh no, you have somebody that builds the assets and then one person is like the czar of this POI, and that's all they do is they just build out this POI. They pull assets over here, they do this, and then they are done. They hand it off to the lighting guy and he goes in and does his stuff. And now with these new engines and the new developments they've had with it, you can have teams working even remotely that do stuff all together. Like, you know, even in totally different countries on the other side of the planet. Like for AC Shadows, the team that was doing all the water stuff for that game is in Singapore, while the core team is in Quebec, literally the opposite side of the planet. But they were able to work on the same game, same environments at the same time because like the new tech is so crazy. So we do live in the future, even if games are running kind of poorly.
Has been just the global illumination, real-time lighting, just being able to see and iterate on areas really fast has been just a game changer. Being able to quickly iterate.
And you can't really argue with it because they've, like you guys said, they put out what, like 4 or 5 games in 6 years. They just pump through these games, not in a bad way. Like they've had some bangers like Pentiment, which had all sorts of 10 out of 10 reviews and is also very good if you're interested in like very narrative focused games. But they work very, very fast. And, you know, they're not pushing for like the AAA massive scale games. They're not trying to make something that is, you know, on the level of like a Starfield or Elder Scrolls 6 or anything. But what they are trying to do, they seem to do really solidly. Like, you know, Avowed is a great example of just a solid like a AA scale game. I wouldn't pay $70 for Avowed, but for like 50, 60, yeah, I'd consider it. Game Pass, no brainer. Go check it out. Give it a shot, you know.
Rate is like just tantamount to like exploring creativity in a game like, especially like the Outer Worlds. If something just doesn't feel right, it's not working right, we can quickly prototype a change and see it in real time and play with it and then get feedback from our game directors, our design directors, and we just run with it.
Daniel and Brandon are just a few of the folks who are making The Outer Worlds 2, and in the coming weeks, we'll have conversations about the retuned combat and revamped flaws system. And look out for our talk with Fallout OG and creative director Leonard Boyarsky about the evolution of RPGs and much more. If you missed our deep dive on what's new with character builds, be sure to check that out too. It's all a part of our exclusive coverage on Obsidian's next big game, so for more on The Outer Worlds 2, stick with IGN.
Yeah, I think the game looks really solid. It looks like they are literally improving across the board on everything the first game did. The one thing I've not been sold on is the companions and the writing. That's been one thing I've not been sold on. The original Outer Worlds trailer. Let me see if I can find it. Was it the launch trailer? No, I don't think it was the launch trailer. It was the original one that showed off a lot of the characters. Like, you remember the one where the characters were just talking straight to the camera? Maybe was it the announcement trailer? Yeah.
It's bad and worse. But you have to choose. And you have to choose now.
You remember this, the first game, they really took a focus on like the companions and like the stories and the interactions between companions and the player. And with this second game, it seems like that is not anywhere near as high as a priority, because they just haven't really tackled it much. And the one companion we did see in that last gameplay little snippet, like even that, they just do a splash screen of a bunch of different characters and stuff. It's very character driven. Whereas this game seems to be focused much more on gameplay, which is not a bad thing, because the gameplay was one thing people were frustrated by in the original. But yeah, the companions I think also will tell a lot, because people still talk about some of the companions from Outer Worlds, so I think it goes a long way. But yeah, the one companion we saw was like really can we calm down? Can we calm down a little bit? Like, we're kind of being a lot right now. Okay. Okay. We covered that. Oh, we have one more thing to talk about. Let's see. Jan, thank you for that 5. Hi, Luke. Been watching for a while. Please be honest. What chance do you give Marathon in these current markets with similar games? The fact that they're focused so much on console, I think, helps it a lot, frankly, because there isn't really an extraction shooter of a similar vein that's coming or that's out currently that's big on console. It's mostly PC stuff with like Tarkov, for example. I mean, I won't lie to you. It's an uphill battle. They're fighting for an audience that doesn't really exist yet. And then there's other games like Ark Raiders that's also coming, trying to do a similar thing from a very experienced team. So it's going to be tough. The hope is that because Bungie is really, really experienced with this type of thing, with launching live service games and supporting them for a long time, the hope is that they know what they're doing and they can kind of foster the community that they need. And they objectively know how to do that. I mean, they have entire YouTube channels, streamers, all they talk about is Destiny. Like, that's all they cover. So if they can build a community like that for Marathon, they'll be okay. It's just, they got to pull that off. And it's, as of right now, not clear if they'll do that. The playtests will be really revealing, because if the broader public starts to try the game, they're like, dude, it's addictive and I love it. I want to get back in it. Then you'll see it pop off. We'll see. Hunt Showdown actually is doing great on console, and it's got way more. Yeah, I mean, Hunt Showdown, I think, is probably the biggest competition on console, I think. I don't know the player numbers, but I do know there's a lot of people that jump in it. But I think that this being sci-fi, coming from the Destiny guys, I think that helps. So, I'm not sure. Ark Raiders has more interesting world with the big monster arcs. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they compete, because there is a lot of stuff with Marathon that they say is going to be really impressive and groundbreaking, but they won't show it. You know? Like, they're just keeping it locked down, not talking about it. And I don't know why. Like, show us that super awesome 4th map, the one on the Marathon ship. Show us some of the stuff about ranked mode. Show us that stuff, but they don't want to yet. They probably have their reasons, but still. Okay. Let me see. Why all the Unreal Engine games feel and look the same? Holy shit, I hate that engine so much. It's destroying gaming. I think it's because it's really solid by itself, and you don't need to do a whole lot of custom work on it to get it working well. So a lot of companies use it because you can work quickly with it. If you want to customize it and do your own thing on it, you absolutely can, but most companies don't do that because it's good enough, right? So you end up with games that look very, very similar and run very similar. Yeah. But yeah, it definitely has a similar feeling to it. Lucky Hoopla, thank you for the membership, my friend. Make sure to join the Discord. Okay. I think I caught up on that. Okay, we're in a good spot. We're good there. Okay. Bungie really needs to put their best foot forward with that game. Yeah, the thing with Bungie, I agree, itchy fingers, is just, I think they have their marketing plan set up and they're sticking to it. And even when you see stuff pop off that players are interested in, like proximity chat, people really want proximity chat. They really, really want it. But they seemingly are not that interested, I guess, in it. And I just, it's like, maybe be a little bit more flexible. I hope we get an announcement soon enough that's like, oh, they've decided to walk it back and do proximity chat. Thank you, bass player. Marathon will be interesting. The question is, how many people can they keep? Clips of the first timers are going to be funny, though. Yeah, well, and I think that's also part of the reason they're doing the premium price tag, because they don't want people jumping in, like if it were free to play, and playing around and quitting. They want people to jump in, try it for, 5 hours, 10 hours before deciding it's not for them. If it's not for them, because it is a game that has a learning curve. Once it clicks with you, then you're fine. But there is a learning curve with it. It's definitely a factor. And having a premium price tag makes people less likely, I think, to rage quit completely, because they don't want people playing all round and walking away. They want people to at least try 5-6 rounds where they start to understand it. They get the first extraction and they get it out and feel good there. Yeah, that's why doing a free demo, something could help, just to let people in the door, but we'll see. But even this, like, Marathon Intel took a clip from one of our streams and said the 4th map in Marathon is going to be a map set on the Marathon ship targeted towards endgame players with a 20% survival rate. Yeah, to be clear, and the clip, I think is better about this. It's a 40-second clip of like a 20-minute segment, but yeah, a map on the Marathon ship targeted towards endgame players. That's true, with a 20% survival rate. What I was told was it's probably going to land somewhere between 20 and 30. They don't want to say exactly what, but they're like in that range, around 20%, 30%, something like that. And they phrase it as, we're still experimenting, we're still seeing what we're doing, but it should be way harder to extract there. And you can see people responding to this, like, people are really eating it up. Okay, they're winning me back. Top Dog gets a Velvet Marathon cosmetic unlock and a ship champion belt. Heisenberg. Yeah, I'm ready, fellas. Sign me the F up. Can't wait to get my hands on it. I hope it's hardcore. Like, there's people that like these ideas. They like this stuff. But the reason that this got shared around so much was because people hadn't heard it. Because Bungie didn't tell them. And I think it's something where you gotta, like, if the community is attaching to this type of thing, but they're not connecting with what you're telling them, take that opportunity to, like, learn from that a mistake, maybe learn from that difference and jump on it, Whew. But okay, real quick, we should talk about this. I was gonna see. Okay. So here we are. So, news. So in light of all of the Oblivion stuff that's coming out, we do know that there's something else coming in a similar vein. BGS remake, remaster, whatever vein. There is something else coming. And it's expected to be a Fallout 3 remaster / leak. Remake, whatever. It's not super clear at this point. But it was revealed at the same time we found out about the Oblivion remaster / remake that now is pretty much, it's confirmed that it's coming probably in the next week. But the Fallout project is interesting because of some extenuating circumstances. Basically, back in 2023, you can see, was a Fallout 3 remaster just leaked by the FTC? At the moment, the internet is being set ablaze by a fresh wave of leaks pouring out from within the FTC. Recently, a document was reportedly released that highlighted a title release schedule showing a timeline from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2024. So this was back, these documents are from back in like the 2020 period, 2021, 2022. This particular one that was released was taken from a deposition, basically taken on October 11th of 2022 at 11:28 a.m. Eastern. And in these documents and interviews, there were a few things that were released that were interesting. In that timeline that was released as part of that, several games were teased and shared. So this, to be clear, was from an official FTC hearing relating to the Activision Blizzard stuff. And it's an official court document. And in that official court document is an official timeline used internally at Xbox outlining future projects and stuff. That's shown. In that timeline, several games are teased. One of the most important titles of the bunch was simply named Fallout 3 Remaster. What? And the timeline they had was that BGS could be working on releasing it by the end of March 2024. Now, obviously, it's past that point. We haven't, that hasn't happened yet. That didn't happen. Okay, they have not released it. But what's also interesting about this is a lot of the other stuff that was outlined here as well. So let's preface this by stressing that the timeline shown in the leaked document is outdated. It says that Starfield was to be released by fiscal year 2021, by the end of the fiscal year. That's like a solid 2 years. 2 years ahead of when it launched. So the timelines were off by a lot. It makes me really wonder what state that Starfield was in, that they thought it was going to be ready by 2021. That's crazy. That's insane. They took another 2 years on it after that point. And there was even the story from Todd Howard that they didn't find, quote unquote, the fun in Starfield until 2021, the original release year. He said in an interview, they found the fun for Starfield roughly early 2021. Todd Howard, find the fun. Starfield. Yeah. Find the fun. Yeah, it took roughly 7 years to really find the fun. It was only in 2022, Starfield's original release year. Because remember, we're talking about the fiscal year. It was by the end of the fiscal year, 2021, which leads into calendar year 2022. And it was only then that they found the fun. So it took them until literally when they were supposed to release it to find a way to make it fun. Some say they're still trying to find the fun. But either way, the point is the timelines are off with this, okay? So they thought Starfield would be released by the end of the fiscal year 2021. And on that same timeline, they had Elder Scrolls 6 due by fiscal year 2024. Elder Scrolls 6. They thought by this point, right now, Elder Scrolls 6 would already be out. Makes me really wonder what they were told when they bought ZeniMax and Bethesda, what they were told, Xbox was told they could expect in terms of timelines. Because that's it's not even close to right. Elder Scrolls 6 is still probably a year, 2 years, 3 years away. It's still a ways off, But they thought it would have been out by now. They thought it would have been out by this past fall, maybe even this spring. That's wild. But they continue on. On that same document, they had a couple of other little tidbits on future projects and things that they were working on. And, Oblivion was discussed, and there were some other things outlined there, but they were working on it. They were expecting to get it out relatively soon. That was the hope, at least. But of course they didn't. It's still out there somewhere. But now we know that the Oblivion project is releasing probably in the next week. People were even asking the Xbox AI support bot on X when the release date was. And even though the game isn't announced yet, the Xbox AI support bot was telling them it releases April 21st. So that's kind of where we're expecting it to land. But it leaves the big question mark around the Fallout 3 remake / remaster, which allegedly is being done by Bethesda. The Oblivion one is being done by Virtuos, which is a separate team entirely. But the Fallout one is allegedly being done by Bethesda themselves. And what's interesting about this is that a well-known leaker and somebody who has had accurate info many times in the past, guy that goes by the name Nate the Hate, he was asked on X just yesterday, have you heard anything new in regards to Fallout 3 Remastered? It was listed in the leaked Bethesda documents back when Ubisoft and FTC were fighting. So is it still happening? If so, any idea when it could be announced or released? And he simply replied, it'll be a while before we see it. And this is something that's been corroborated by like one other leaker that has a more shaky track record, just hasn't been around as long. But it seems like they're pushing it back. So, and this jives with what we've heard from other things and what we've seen ourselves. Bethesda's output has plummeted. It's really amazing when you look at it, how much stuff BGS used to be able to put out and how quickly they were able to do it on the scale that they were doing it. And then you look at what they're able to do now, and it takes them a year to do a single expansion for a game, and the expansion's 5 hours long and is like pretty crappy. It's just amazing how slow they are and how inefficient they are at their work. And it makes sense if they are working on the Fallout 3 project, and they have been allegedly for like 5 or 6 years. They've had this thing on the docket. Now, granted, they weren't like all hands on deck on it. They still aren't. It's a smaller team working on it, no doubt. But allegedly, they've been working on it, and it's been on their to-do list for like 5 years, 6 years. A remake / remaster. And it's still like a ways out. Now, I'll play devil's advocate. Luke, maybe it is done. Maybe they're finished with it, and they're just going to wait until season 2 of the Fallout show to release it. Interesting. Maybe season 3 of the Fallout show goes to Washington, D.C. Maybe they're just going to finish it, get it pretty much ready to go, and just sit on it until season 3 of the Fallout show. Maybe. I would think it makes more sense to just put it out there, get the cash, and maybe work on like a New Vegas remaster. Or if this is just a Fallout 3 remaster and it does well, spend the money you get from it on a remake. Like, do something like that. You know, I just find it really surprising that they are taking their sweet time with it. But again, it just really shocks me at how slow BGS has become. They are bigger than they've ever been by a huge margin. They're like, I think triple the size they were with Fallout 4, and they're like quadruple, pentuple, whatever 5 is, the size they were for Skyrim. Like, they have grown so much, and yet their output has plummeted so hard. It really is shocking. It really is shocking. But Microsoft bought a lemon. I mean, I think without a doubt they were misled on timelines. I don't think you can deny that at this point. The fact that they thought that Elder Scrolls 6 would have been out probably last fall / winter is amazing. Especially because now we're kind of expecting it probably 2027, maybe. Like, who knows? Maybe they blow us away. Maybe this summer they announce it and they're like, yeah, we're launching right next to Grand Theft Auto. Maybe they do that. I don't think anybody's expecting that. Even the most optimistic people have suggested maybe we see Elder Scrolls 6 next year, 2026, maybe. Even that would be a surprise because that's 3 years after Starfield. Like, that's a tight turnaround. But maybe I wouldn't expect it though. I really wouldn't. So at the very least, like, they were misled a lot on what the timelines were. Granted, COVID hit. Nobody expected COVID. But are you really going to tell me that COVID hit and you literally didn't do anything for 2 years? Like, really? Everybody else had to deal with COVID. It might have pushed stuff back by like 6 months. Maybe the timelines were shaky a little bit. But you're just telling me that you basically lost 2 years of development progress because of, like, what? I don't see how that makes sense. But all this to say, the Fallout project is still out there somewhere. It's still being done at some point by somebody. Like, they're working on it, but we just have not We just have not seen it. And it doesn't look like we're going to see it for a while, allegedly. I do think we see something from Bethesda at the Xbox showcase this year. I think it's going to be smaller. It's going to be the expansion trailer or whatever that's going to release this fall, probably in September. And it better be bigger than 5 hours. But I would be surprised if it is. But they're going to have that. And beyond that, I mean, they should be all hands on deck for Elder Scrolls 6, but we'll see. We'll see. Starfield isn't evergreen. I think, well, what they said was they wanted to support Starfield for years to come, and they wanted to basically do an annual release, like an annual update for the expansions. They wanted to do multiple in-game quests that they would release, but they've been so shaky on it, so inconsistent, and now they've just stopped talking entirely. And it's allegedly because they're working on the expansion for later this year. But even then, like, the expansions they're dropping are so lackluster that even hardcore fans are like, really? This is all we got? So yeah, Starfield feels like a framework for paid mods, and that feels icky. I mean, it was a major component of the design, without a doubt. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. I would be surprised if we see it anytime soon. At this rate, because they're saying it's going to be a long time, I'm half expecting that maybe they are going to do the remake or remaster, whatever, of Fallout 3 in like maybe late 2026, early 2027. Maybe they shoot it for that period, and again try to align it with the show, something happening with the show. But it's also Bethesda. Like, the last time they really tried to overhaul one of their previous games, not even a super old game, but just like Fallout 4, they updated it with the next gen update and broke it. Like, it really is amazing. It really, really is amazing. Let me see if I can find that damn thing. Maybe like this. I don't see it. Yeah, they just broke a ton of mods. They still haven't fixed it. And that was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. It's just terrible. This guy. Microtransaction filled single player game from 9 years ago that can't even render whole areas correctly. So yeah, about on par with what to expect from Bethesda these days. Funny how Dragon's Dogma 2 got roasted for MTX as a single player game though. Yeah, $16 Power Armor bundle. This is in Fallout 4. The Creation Club. Settlement Ambush Kit. After the next gen update. It's just, it's Bethesda. So I think the odds of them magically like figuring it out in Fallout 3 remake, remaster, whatever, working really well, I don't know. They put more effort into the microtransactions. Yeah. And they print money for them. I mean, there's a reason they keep doing it, you know? Can you still not reload that gun from Starfield? You can, but it's iffy. We were filming a video where I had it and I was like, oh, see, it's not reloading. It's not reloading. And I was pressing the button on camera. You can see me pressing the button. It's not reloading. And then we did like another 5 minutes of recording and then it reloaded and was fine. So it's really iffy. It's very hit or miss. It's a temperamental gun. No, Luke, that's a feature. The gun got jammed. It's supposed to, it's not a bug. It's a feature. Oh, there you go. There you go. Let's see. Nobody cares. Thank you for the 2. Thoughts on Schedule 1? I've still not. I've had my plate full, so I've not been able to play it. I have it installed and everything. I just haven't played it because I'm playing something else. Wink. But I want to. I've seen lots of people talk about it. Lots of people are loving it. Will I revisit Helldivers 2 on the main channel? Seems like devs are using most of their time and resources wrestling with the engine while each new update breaks existing content. I might. I mean, if there's something big that's worth going back and covering there, I'd be happy to, but it's not super clear what that will be. It's not super clear. Because if they do a major overhaul and it's like, oh, here's a whole new type of thing, then we can check it out. But until then, there's not much to talk about other than going back to it and being like, oh, stuff broke, you know. Ooh, Juice had posted this. Such AD5976 on Reddit found references to Oblivion remastered on Bethesda's own website. Wow. That's funny. I was able to replicate it when they posted that. Unsurprisingly, now it's gone. Oh, they caught it and they stripped it out. That's funny. Well, they got him. All of these like web page engineers have got to just have a crushing migraine right now. They're like, we can't even make pages ahead of time. We can't do anything. I don't know. I think they're not trying to hide it. Yeah, I mean, it's again, it's just if you're gonna try to like have a shadow drop and keep it secret and do all this, if you're gonna do that for years and years and years and then like accidentally reveal it a week out from when you plan on shadow dropping it because of just stupid mistakes, people are like, oh, maybe it's intentional, maybe they're doing it on purpose. I'm not so sure, man. Because it sure seems like if you were going to do it, like you would do it in a way that doesn't make you look stupid, but they did it in a way that really makes them look stupid. You know. Let's see. It's better with wing sauce. True that. Thank you for the 5. How much shelf life do you think Bethesda's creation engine has left, considering games like Avowed, Outer Worlds offer similar gameplay in Unreal? I think it really just depends on the reception of Elder Scrolls 6. They at this point, like after Starfield, people gave them crap because it was so far behind the curve technologically. They just, you know, were mocked roundly for it. But if it's the case that they can actually like pull something off and people are impressed with Elder Scrolls 6, then it'll be fine. Then they could get another game out of it. But I think if Elder Scrolls 6 comes out and it launches next to The Witcher 4, and The Witcher 4 is graphically amazing, has way more dynamic gameplay, at that point, there really is just no clear defense for it. Like, what do you even say? It's like the Oblivion remaster looks better than Elder Scrolls 6. What are we doing? Like, what's the point? And I wouldn't blame them at that point. Oh, what's this? Hold on. If Nintendo commercials had actual people, from Humphrey McDumphrey.
Hey!
Hey, what's up? Hello. Yo!
I want to make one thing clear. Y'all are not winning a single race today.
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
Look at this. Jump on here. Alright, let's keep going. Let's make a left right here.
When it's noisy around you, your voice will still come through clearly, letting you chat with ease. Here's how it looks with just the camera feed. Which use your camera feed like this.
Don't be annoying!
Game chat.
I mean, have you heard of Discord?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's about right. Yep. That's funny. Well done, Humphrey McDumphrey. It is always funny, like these trailers that just have like clearly the most
robotic people you've ever seen. What was that old school Ubisoft game where they did the reveal and they had, was it the original Division trailer? Or was it something else? It's like, because they had the voice actors that were pretending to be like, okay, clearing the exfil spot. Well done. Was it this?
Nick, check your map. See if there's anything in the area.
Yeah, they had some of this.
That police station's going critical. Let's head up that way.
Like, I get it. It's hard to come up with, like...
civilians on the left.
Like, you want to showcase your game, but you don't want to...
I'm low on packs, though. We have to leave it.
Alright, guys, I got you on my map, so I will head your way.
Sweet. See you in a sec.
I'll meet you up on the corner.
Okay. It's clear up this far. Yeah, intersection's clear.
I get it. It's tough to sell your game on voice chat without just like... without it kind of sounding like this. Because the way actual human beings talk is I'm like, oh, we're going to go to the underground tunnel. Caleb, get your ass over here. What are you doing? You know, like people are, they don't talk like this. Oh, popping off. Exfil. Quick.
I don't see anything outside.
It might be out inside.
Alright, let's check this out.
It's also tricky because half the time we're talking in Discord, like playing games, we're just making references to like The Office and stuff. So obviously that wouldn't work here.
Check your skills and switch it up, you can.
Oh, that's the most human thing ever.
Wow, yep.
Listen to Megan.
I'm gonna go in.
Okay. I've got my group heal loaded, so if you guys want to check your skills and switch it up, you can.
Yes, check your skills in your inventory map and swap out using available points. Maybe even swap to something to make your gameplay more dynamic.
Alright, I'm coming out,
Got one.
Two on the left, one on the right. Okay, two more on the right.
Oh yeah, I see him. Ooh, they threw a Molotov, look out.
I will say this gameplay does look good. I can see why people were eating this up. My buddy Caleb, he also is hardcore into the Division, the first one, and he played so much of it. He showed me one time his like you see damage numbers 274 whatever. His damage numbers are so ridiculous because his endgame character is so beefy that it literally clips the number off. Like if there's a little rectangle here that's invisible for the available numbers, his numbers are so ridiculously huge when he shoots somebody that it clips off and like the numbers get cut off. It's pretty funny. But you know, some people really love the Division. They love it. They love it. And based on this trailer, I can see why. But that trailer 2013. 2013. I think if you revealed a trailer of a game that looked like this in 2025, people would be like, wow, it looks pretty good. This was a trailer from 2014. Tell me though, people who play the Division, did it actually have this roughly this level of fidelity? Even now, does it? With like individual bullet holes in the glass? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this was in the age of Ubisoft graphical downgrades. It was a big problem. A big problem. And now they're very aware of it and they try to avoid it. But I think it was the Krobicat video doing the side-by-sides. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. So you can see the trailer we just watched versus the final version. So nowadays, I think you could get a game that looks like this. It's very possible. Whereas in 2013, 2014, when you got the Division, this is what you got. And you look at this, you're like, oh yeah, that looks like a 2014, 15 game. Yeah, that's about right. PS4 era game. Whereas this, it's like, oh, that would be reasonable for modern consoles. I could see that. But this was a big problem for Ubisoft for a while, was the massive downgrades they would do. Rainbow Six. Yeah, some of these trailers and stuff. Look at that. Old school Rainbow. Then look at this. This is the one that's really, really funny. Okay. What? Come on, dude. Come on. How do you like? What do you even do? What? How do you defend that? What do you say? What do you say? It's pretty bad. It's pretty tough. Yeah. Yep. Those old school Ubisoft downgrades, man. Nothing like them. Nothing like them. The game's still good. I mean, obviously, Rainbow Six is still huge, even to this day. It's like one of the few IP that they have that makes money. But yeah, it's just pretty funny seeing the reveal on the left and then what you got on the right. Just very, very different. But nowadays, I think companies have learned that it's not actually a net benefit to sell this and then swap it out with what it actually is. People will just be pissed about it. Instead, you should just show what you actually have and what players should expect. Otherwise, they will be pissed. So, yeah, that's iconic. Look at that. Far Cry. Yeah, Far Cry. I don't think this one was as bad. Still looked really good. Far Cry 3 was a very good looking game for the time, you know. There were definitely some differences, but it's definitely not that bad. Yeah. But anyway, those downgrades, man, you got to watch out for them. You got to watch out for them. Oh. Yeah. Witcher 3 had a massive downgrade as well. First trailer looked incredible. Honestly, I think that Witcher 3, I like the final version better. There were some things like the fire effects that I do agree looked solid. Where is it? But if you're talking about the 2013 trailer, like these environmental shots, this one, which like this area, you can't even get this sweeping vista in the game like as is. So this is like unique to that. Same with this spot. This looks very tailored. But like the running animations are weird. I think the fire looks a little bit better, but this looks much more like Witcher 2 than the Witcher 3 ends up looking. This is from the cinematic trailer. This is their actual shot of Geralt. So they're mixing in cinematic trailer clips, like right here, that obviously are cinematics. I mean, this is not in the actual game. With the actual game that they're selling you. And I think that the final version of Geralt looks way better than this version. You know, even the environments look way better in the final version, I think. You can see the little tidbits. See how flat all the color palette is? It's very, very flat. This is an actual shot of the in-game environments, but also it's very, very empty. No real foliage or details. Like, I don't know. I think it's also part of it is that we don't really get sweeping shots like this in The Witcher 3. They keep the camera really low to the ground for a reason, and it's because they couldn't manage all the other detail loaded in. So they keep the camera low, so you never really get this sweeping vista shot. But like here, yeah, I can see more NPCs talking. I still love, yeah, definitely way more NPCs here. This is one that's very clear. There are nowhere near this many NPCs, even today, in the modern version of the game. But the color palette totally changed. All of that totally changed. Hello. Dynamic and tactical combat. So yeah, The Witcher 3 announcement to final release probably has the starkest change, even just in terms of art direction. It just feels very, very different. Very different. Yeah. Wes Music Man, thank you. Glad to have you, my friend. Good to see you, Wes. I really want The Witcher 1 remake. Yeah, they're working on it. They're working on it. Do I think CDPR will do something for the 10th anniversary of The Witcher 3? I'd like to see them do something. I don't know what they realistically could do. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. Because, like, they don't really have the ability to do DLC like they normally would. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they'll probably do like some unique artwork, but I'm trying not to expect anything like specific. I'm trying not to expect like any cool reveal of gameplay or anything like that, you know. I don't want to get my hopes up, you know. Whereas Jor did get back to me. He is at a celebration for something, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say what it is, so I just have to not say. Yeah, so he did abandon us, yes, unfortunately. He did tell me what it was last week, and then I forgot about it. So I texted him now and realized I should have remembered, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, fam, I think we got through pretty much everything I wanted to get through. Unscripted did they changed the GTA 6 trailer into claymation. Honestly, I'd play this. Like, it honestly, it don't look bad. I like how wholesome all of the videos are of like the strip clubs and stuff. Very, very wholesome. Jesus. Clay. Oh man, you gotta love Unscripted. Again, Unscripted on YouTube, they do great stuff. It's very, very funny. Yeah, it's very funny. Okay. Twerking Clay, not what I expected to see today. Yeah, there you go. Horizon multi-beta? No, it's not Horizon. I think Jor is even surprised. I'm surprised for Jor that he has not been privy to more information about the Horizon online game. Because I was like, of all the people in the world that they could get involved, like, I'm surprised that they haven't asked Jor to like consult or something with them. Maybe they have, and it's just been like, he's kept it super secret. But as far as I know, I don't think they have I don't think they've done anything. There's been no rumors of any consulting stuff. I don't know. But I'm surprised they haven't gotten them involved, you know. Red Flag, I think it's just a very different approach. Like with Concord, they didn't do any early access, no creator preview, no creator panel, no consultation, nothing like that. Same with like Suicide Squad, they didn't do anything like that. Whereas Marathon, for example, they've had content creators involved in that for a long time. I mean, even going back to, I think he said 2020, 2019, roughly in there, Dr. Lupo has been around helping them on that game since it was 4 people. For like 5-6 years, he's been helping them work on that game, consulting occasionally. So it's just a different approach. Like the Horizon team doesn't feel like they need it. It seems Concord didn't feel like they needed it. Suicide Squad didn't feel like they needed it. To be fair, a lot of successful live service games like Marvel Rivals, they also didn't really do any consultancy stuff. So there's also successful games that don't do it and find success. But I think in the modern day, it's definitely safer to get feedback from creators early so you can figure out how to respond to it. I think that goes a long way. Dr. Lupo is like he's a pretty big streamer and content creator. We actually looked at him as part of, as you can see here, Dr. Lupo, super nice guy, very, very nice guy. Yeah, genuinely one of the warmest and kindest people I've met at one of these events. And it's also fascinating because he, like a lot of the big guys that have like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million subs, they tend to stay by themselves or they go over to the other big channels. They don't interact with any other creators that are over there. They just do their own thing. and don't really interact with anybody else unless you're part of like the next echelon. But Lupo was very much just like chatting it up with everybody, very welcoming, super, super chill and cool. Just a really cool guy. And honestly, what's also funny, we looked at him back in the day because guess what he also did? You remember we looked at this? He was one of the 3 streamers that was invited to do a sponsored playtest preview thing. Not a playtest. Like this was like debut live stream. Like, yeah, 2 weeks before the launch of the game. And so he was one of the people that was sponsored to go play the game. And we looked at it on stream and all of that. Which is just funny because, like, I hope he got a fat bag for doing this, you know? I hope. What did he say?
In general, this has a flavor to it that I don't think I've seen many other places, which is really cool. These are dungeons before the ones they mentioned that have boss in them too. Yeah, there is even more that we have not seen that I don't know if we'll even get to show you today or not, depending on timing. But it feels like they have the potential for a mountain of content in here. Oh, you're not about to take that away from me, are you? Okay, good. We're gonna have a problem.
Missing something.
God, look at that silver and gold, boys. Feels good.
It's such a good look.
So what's the chances that the dev team can just give me my character from this on my actual account? Because that would be... Good Lord, he's nuts, man. The SMG combo is disgusting.
Yeah. You cracked it. Just gonna port that one over.
Yeah, please. Good Lord.
Dude, he curb stomped them. Jesus. When you're curb stomping Shroud by 4x, that's crazy. These events are always very funny to me because, like, when the game launched, like, this of course didn't become any of their game. Like they're like, no, you're not paying me. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back to Tarkov, and I can't blame them. I really can't. But it's because they did this like last minute. They did this after, you know, they were 2 weeks out. This was January 19th. It launched on February 2nd. So they just did this like 2 weeks before launch. Of course, it was too late to like build a community around it, and so it was just a different approach. Whereas Marathon, they've gotten these guys involved really, really early, which I think is a better way of doing it. If your game is phenomenal, you can pop off without it. Like Marvel Rivals, you don't really need to bother with too much other stuff because like you're fine. The game's good. But if your game's not really, really good, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Shroud played it a lot, probably 200 hours into that game. Like for when it launched, he put like 200 hours into it. I never know with streamers. Like, is that like a week of content, or is that like he played it for 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Playthrough part 2. Oh man, the screenshot didn't do any justice. Oh.
I have, yeah.
Oh, this is the same event. I don't think he uploaded like the full VOD. This at least
is similar to Deadshot, but
oh, but even this is like also still sponsored though. Yeah, this is on launch day, so he was still sponsored to do it. Unless it's the same. No, it's with Summit. So yeah, this was at launch, but this was also one of the sponsored ones. Okay. Well, if you're sponsored to play a game, yeah. I'll put 200 hours into licking a bush. Bush is a weird choice. Into licking a tree. Better if you're like sponsoring me, how much they're probably getting paid to get sponsored. Like, I'll do whatever you want. You know, it's like, yeah, twist my arm. Do what you will. Do what you will. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. A bush. Yeah, I don't know why I thought of. I was gonna say like a tree, and then I was gonna say like dirt, but then I was like, bush. I was like, that was a weird choice. I'm not sure if that's the right word. Oh, yeah. Clip this. He's regretting that immediately. Yeah, I can't wait for just the random meme replying to one of my like X page or X posts, just being like, "I will lick a bush." That's all I need. That's all I need. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see, we got through that. Okay. We actually made good time on this. Wow, okay. Let's see. Still pretty brave. It's prickly. I can't do this, dude. What is happening? What is happening? This is what I get when I try to come up with analogies. I can't handle it. I just can't. Oh, is there anything else? Anything else I was going to do? Do I have anything else on my to-do list? Let me check real quick. I don't think so. But okay. I think we're good. It's going to be a 4-hour stream. Oh, dude. I don't know if I can last 4 hours. Oh, yeah. I guess it's 3 hours 48. I didn't even realize we'd been going that long, dude. Didn't even realize. Yeah, Arc Raiders is doing a tech test. Tech test number 2. This is the other one that people are keeping an eye on. It's Embark, which are the same guys that did the finals. And this is like their next big project. But where's the... I didn't realize they announced it 2021. That's crazy.
The raider we are following is on a quest, a job to obtain a seed vault from a research facility deeper into the city. The others in the squad are after medical supplies, some rare parts, and their best lead is a pharmacy nearby.
I found some chemicals.
A red flare is a signal of a raider getting knocked down.
Uh-oh.
But you never really know what happened there until you go look. Could have been a fight between raiders or ARC. You never know.
Wasp, over there.
Let's go there.
Wasp.
It's definitely a lot slower, a little more methodical.
Let's go to that tower.
No fall damage confirmed. Dude, Marathon's fall damage is aggressive. Ooh, that was smooth. Whoever's playing this has their mouse sensitivity so high, I can already tell. It's giving me an aneurysm. Spoopy.
They've reached the pharmacy now.
Let's get over there.
It looks like they are probably the first ones here. But you can never be sure, so it is wise to double check your corners.
Hey, Raider.
Don't shoot, I'm a friend.
You wanna split the loot?
Oops!
Making
And you guys
friends
said
with
this
Rust
is confirmed to
Belt
have proximity
is not
chat, right?
easy, but that doesn't mean it can't happen.
Oh, you're right. He did take damage from the fall. I was looking at this as his health bar. This is stamina. This is health. Okay, yeah. I'm stupid. I don't know why. There's something really triggering to me about seeing somebody shoot long range with a silencer. It shouldn't bother me, but it does.
Wasp up there. Careful, that's a hornet.
Okay. What is this? This is called Arc Raiders. This is from the team that did the finals, which is also very good. You mean suppressor? Oh, sorry, suppressor. Oh, sorry.
This is it.
Some plastic.
Looks like they got what they came for.
They switched to PvE game to extraction shooter. Reason hasn't been out yet during development. This looks more interesting to me. Oh, so they were a PvE game. Now they're extraction shooter.
And now it's time to get out of here.
Okay. That's what you're saying?
Everything that you find will be lost if you don't make it out alive.
Actually.
But Raiders know this. It's what they do.
I will say whatever audio engine they're using is fantastic. The sound is so well balanced. Like you can actually tell where people are based just on the sound, which is very refreshing as I talk through it. Uh-oh, the flare went up. Yeah, he decided to yeet out of there.
Engaging in firefights may sometimes be the only way out of a tight spot. Other times, being cautious and staying out of sight is the better option to make it out. For raiders hoping to thrive, the Rust Belt is filled with opportunities and secrets. If you know where to look. You'll have to stay vigilant up there on the surface, where an armada of arc machines roam unchecked. Where motives of other raiders remain dangerously unclear. You'll need to be resourceful, work with what you have, and sometimes make plans on the fly. What are you prepared to risk to get what you want? Ultimately, you get to decide what kind of raider you'll become. Shaping your own legacy, your raider, and your home.
I think it looks solid. It's also really interesting that this is also coming 2025. It will probably be competing pretty much head on with Marathon. Which I find interesting. I find it very, very interesting. And the fact, I mean, they've been working on it for a long time. And hearing that they pivoted from PvE to extraction, because that just felt better and that flowed better for them, is also really interesting. Because Marathon has also changed a lot through its history. I mean, it wasn't always hero-based either. So, yeah, it's just very, very interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, that one also looks really good. Let's see. I was just thinking there aren't enough extraction shooters. What was clear to me is that a lot of people at the event, not just like Marathon or Bungie devs, but also streamers, like big streamers, they were all saying that they think the future is extraction shooters. They think that extraction shooters are going to replace like battle royales. They're going to replace a lot of these other genres of games, and they think it's going to do that because it's more engaging, it's more mature, it's, you know, they had a bunch of reasons for it, but that was pretty clear that a lot of them thought that. Oh, detective, Jesus. I'm not saying you're Detective Jesus. Detective Seeds, comma, Jesus, exclamation point. Not Detective Jesus. Jesus as a detective would be confusing. Thank you. Well, golly. Thank you for 10 gifted memberships to the community. Welcome, everybody. If you just got gifted a membership, hurry. Connect your YouTube account to the Discord. Because then you get access, you get invited to the Discord server, okay? Do it to it. W Detective Jesus. Yeah, welcome, everybody. Glad to have you. Thank you, Detective Jesus, officially. Thank you. Now I want a series with Jesus as a detective. It's like, who could have done it? He did. How do you know? I'm Jesus. So. Of course I know. Who do you think you're dealing with? Oh, man. Thank you. Yeah, and good to see you, Detective. That sounds like a promotion. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, good to see you, Detective. I bet you're feeling good with all the Oblivion stuff confirming what you were saying. Just being like, oh, yep, it's coming. Ronan just tweeted at me. Insider Gaming reports that Sony is increasing PlayStation Plus price in Canada by as much as 22.6%. 22%. Dude. A visit to the PlayStation Store in Canada shows that the price for a 1-year subscription has increased to 109 Canadian for the base Essential plan. The extra plan that includes access to Ubisoft Plus Classics and the PlayStation Plus game catalog has risen to $189 Canadian for a year, and the premium plan that adds the Classics catalog, game trials, and cloud streaming is now $225 Canadian for 12 months. So the Essential member plan increases by 15.8%, 22.6% for extra members, and 18% for premium. Golly. In the email to members, Sony's only reasoning for the increase was that it allowed them to continue bringing high-quality games and benefits to the PlayStation Plus subscriber service. Because we wanted more money, please. That's what that is. Melissa, geez, thank you. Another 5 gifted memberships to the YouTube community. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. That's fantastic. Again, everybody who just got gifted a membership, connect your Discord account to YouTube, your YouTube account, and join the member-only Discord. It's awesome, okay? Glad to have you. Man, that's crazy. That sucks so bad for people. That sucks so bad. Unlike Melissa and Detective Jesus Seeds gifting memberships to the community. That rocks. You guys are awesome. Shout out Melissa and Detective. And also Spec Ops earlier gifted memberships to the community. So thank you everybody for those gifteds. You guys are great. Martin coming in clutch again. Look at that. Martin also just gifted another 5. Golly. Welcome everybody. Martin, Melissa, and Detective coming in gifting the memberships. Welcome everybody. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Rocking and rolling. That's fantastic. Thank you guys. And welcome everybody who now gets to join the Discord and all that. Itchy Finger says, I paid £50 for PlayStation Plus Essential and got Dragon Age Veilguard, which I enjoyed. So that wasn't a bad deal for me for a year. Yeah, I'm it's good to get in. Now it's kind of it's like, oh, too late. It's too late because I think it's active as of right now. Yeah, it's active right now when you go to the store page in the Canada or Canadian website. Woof. Man. And Milan, thank you. Milan Yannick, thank you for the €2. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, that's crazy. People have asked, like, why are they increasing prices? The answer is quite simple. The short answer is because they can. And the long answer is because the Japanese yen has been getting really, really weak. Japanese yen to Canadian like it's just like it's been a problem for them, is that when you convert, so this is dollars to yen, I mean Japanese, yes, Japanese or USD to yen, it's just been a problem for them, is that the conversion rate has not been favorable, yen to yen. It's not been favorable to them. So as the value of their currency has dropped against, as anchored against other currencies, such as like the US dollar, which is the primary anchor point for global trade, it just makes it so every time it converts back to their currency, it's less valuable. So they just have to raise prices in order to compete with it. It's just an unfortunate reality of having a currency that's weaker, you know. Do the tariffs have some part of it? Yes or no? I mean, very indirectly, yeah. Like the tariffs do affect global markets and currency values and all that. The primary issue for Sony, though, is all of their money has to come back home to Japan and has to be converted basically to yen at that point. And when it comes home, because of the weakness of their currency, it's converted to that currency and then it's worth less. And so to balance that out, they have to then increase prices so that everything levels out. But it's why you're seeing them increase prices in Europe, increase prices in Canada and Australia, even in these countries that don't have like tariffs against them or anything. But they're doing that because against those local currencies, the euro, the pound, the Canadian dollar, the Australian dollar, against all these currencies, the yen has struggled over the last like 5-6 years. You can look at the last like week and it's doing okay. The last month, it might be doing okay. But you got to remember, they've set these prices back in like 2020, 2021, and then they raised them in 2022, raised them in 2023, raised them in 24, and now they're raising them again because they're trying to keep in line with the currencies that are constantly changing and fluctuating. But again, the short answer is because they can. People will keep their subscriptions. I mean, that's just the big thing. Limit Breaks gifted another 5. Golly, thank you. Welcome, everybody. That's fantastic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's tremendous. Again, all you guys who just got those memberships, check the chat right now, see if you got it. And if you did, then do that. I'm going EN. I'm going English, maybe? Thank you. I'm going in. Welcome also to the Twitch sub. Just sub for 2 months. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Membership reign for Luke. Yeah, well, I'm primarily excited to get a lot of people into the Discord because we have a good time there. You join the Discord, we can chat about games, and as you saw in the stream on Monday, we can also do segments where like you guys can pop into the stream stage, and then we can pull you up and you can actually be on stream and we can talk for a minute or two. I think what I'm going to do is for the next like month, we're going to have all of those members join, and those members and members of the server, I mean, so YouTube members, Twitch subs, those people will all get the OG badge basically, or role. And so you'll be labeled as OGs. So whatever tier you are at, whether it's the basic level of membership, whatever, you'll still have access to the stage and the chat, voice chat thing. What we might do if the server continues to grow, we might have to make the sound stage exclusive to like tier 2 memberships for like $10 a month. I'm not sure. Right now we don't have that problem, but if it starts to get flooded with people, we might have to do that. But OGs will always have access to it, I think, is what we're going to do. So yeah, if you get in now, you'll always have access to it. We'll get you the badge and you'll be good. Do by length of membership. I'm not sure if the Discord server can track that though. YouTube tracks it. I'm not sure if the Discord server tracks it, because what we'd have to do is have a role specific for that, you know? I guess we could manually track it and see when you join the server, and after you cross like 3 months, maybe get access to it, something like that. I don't know. We can figure it out. I'm open. Why is this loose all of a sudden? Yeah, Cole, thank you also for becoming a member. Thank you guys. Very, very generous. Luke, will you cover the fall of Avalon? The fall of Avalon. That one, let's see. Yeah, it did. It's out in early access, right? Yeah. I will check it out when it's not in early access. I'm not typically a big early access guy. I think the game looks good. I just tend to enjoy jumping into games when they're like done, as opposed to early access. Some rare exceptions like Baldur's Gate 3, I went through that back in the day. But typically, I wait till 1.0 hits. Yeah. So, I do plan on covering it, but just when it's done, you know, when it's official. Cool, Master Manga, thank you also for subbing over on Twitch. That's fantastic. Joker 440, OMG, I caught Luke live. You sure did, my friend. I'm glad we stayed a little longer because I was planning on doing like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. We've been going over 4. I'm a little surprised with myself, but there you go. Where's the link for the Discord? How it works is you go, I believe the official explanation for it is you go to your Discord. I'm going to see if I can find it. Yeah, so you go to Discord, you go to connections. So like you go to Discord, your Discord app, you go to the little gear button for settings. In that list of user settings will be connections. And under connections, you'll connect whatever account you currently have as a member or as a Twitch sub. So you add your Twitch account or your YouTube account to that, and then you'll get like an invite to the server. You'll get like a little notification on the Discord notifications that you have gained access to that server because it'll automatically pull from that. Should be really easy. Should be really easy. We need to add a chat command. I'm going to add that to my to-do list. We need to add a chat command or like a thing. So it's like !Discord, and then it explains how to connect to it. I can do that. I can do that. The reason it's not just like a join link is because you only get access to the server if you are a member or Twitch sub. 'Tis exclusive. So as a result, if we just sent out links, then like anybody could hop in, but it's just for people who were gifted memberships or have their own membership. Yeah, and if it gives you trouble, it says I'm missing access. If it gives you trouble, some people have said, like Arik is saying, sometimes you have to go into the settings connections, like do the little disconnect and then reconnect it. Sometimes Discord kind of glitches out, but it should work. I think I'm in there. You think you're in there? I can check. I can check. As I posted here in our pet page, Finley and Hermione after stream on Monday, I went upstairs and they were cuddled like yin yang. This is Hermione. She looks really chunky in this photo, I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's, to be fair, the ! Discord, that's to our old Discord server, which is largely dead. So I have not fixed that yet. That is not the server we are talking about, but I will fix that. But yeah, Finley's the white one. Hermione's the black one. Jake the dog. Seen some stuff, man. There's some cute pets in here. Jake the dog looks way more normal here. This looks more normal. But yeah, look at that. We got a bunch of new members. There you go. Look. Bada bing, bada boom. You could be one of them. We also have the feed. So if you're ever wondering like, ooh, what videos are going up on the Clips channel, we've got all these going up. These are all the ones Trevor's working on. Live stream or live channel clips and stuff posted there. Stream notifications there. All that good stuff. Even the main channel videos will pop up there as well. We also have little tidbits where you can ask specific questions about stuff. and I'll reply to it as soon as I can. And then I can also ask you questions, like whether you watched the Minecraft movie, and then we can go through this on stream. You can spit memes. We also have looking for a teammate, so if you want to play games with a community member, we're going to fill this out. So, you know, oh, we're playing Marathon today. You can do it that way. And we're also going to be doing things like when I have alpha codes for Marathon, for example, or if there's another multiplayer game, maybe we're playing Arc Raiders and I have codes to give out to help the community, or because I need team members, we'll do it through the Discord. If I have an extra copy of a game like this that I just have laying around, I'll give this away to somebody on the Discord. Stuff like that. Should be good. Should be good. Cured Madness, thank you for the 5. With the Prox chat, it kinda has brought up how much modern games are sterilized. Could be a good topic for a vid. I agree. I've thought about that a lot too. It's so weird that now the standard is neuter it. Because I feel like the standard should be, let's let the line out, let people play, have fun, go silly, and just have a good time. Milan Yannick, thank you for the 2. Poor student here will upload my post under. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, and like I said, guys, we're considering opening up the Discord to everybody. Not sure what we'll do. Not sure if we'll do it. Because I do like the idea of specifically rewarding people who are members and help, you know, pay the bills, pay for Jacob and Trevor's salaries and everything. Like, I do like the idea of specifically rewarding those people with something exclusive. But we'll consider it. As of right now, the Discord, though, is exclusive. Let's see. Stunseed says, my Discord keeps failing to connect my YouTube. I've been trying for over an hour on both my laptop and phone. It fails every time. Weird. Just your Discord specifically. I'm trying to think if there's like a specific setting that might be doing that. 4488. Okay. Thank you. I can investigate that. Well, let me just do what I can do too is I'll check with the mods and I'll see if we can get just an exclusive or a link for it, and then you only get to enter if you have like the required badge on your account. I'm not sure, but I'll test it. I don't know if it's a setting or what. I'm not sure. Discord is going public, which is really bad for the company. Yeah, we'll see. Immediately they're going to start to do all sorts of like extra boosted stuff. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hey, Luke, these are 2 games canceled by Dan Vavra, former studio. He promoted this game before he left. Some fans are conspiring with that Warhorse will do these games now. Oh, interesting. What two games? Because Dan Vavra, he's got a long and storied history. I'll tell you what, he's been around for ages. He's an OG, man. He's an OG. Also, Roberto, thank you for the membership as well. Captain Coons, thank you for the membership as well. Cole, again, thank you for that membership. Logan McCorkle just joined as well to become a member. That's tremendous. We also have It's B-Raid at tier 1 over on Twitch. Thank you. Tricky Sweet Loves. That sounds like the name of a song. Tricky Sweet Loves. Thank you for that sub with Prime. Also over on Twitch, Liam Neeson. Son, that's funny. 808, sub to the Prime also. And again, Cool Master Mega, thank you. Yeah, okay, I understand. So I joined the old one, lol. The subscriber OG one isn't available yet. Yes. Is it normal to not be able to chat when you join? No. No. I don't think that's how it should work. I'm always on YouTube and I use Twitch so much more. So yeah, I don't know why I never watched on Twitch sooner. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here. That's why we co-stream. So you can watch wherever you are more comfortable, wherever you like to. What is happening, Luke, to your Discord? The old one, basically what's happening is it's been around for like 6-7 years or something like that. It's been around forever. And it's, long story short, when I got swatted the first time, there was a good amount of evidence and things tied in that Discord server, because the person who did it went into the Discord quite stupidly and left kind of a bread trail of breadcrumbs of evidence that funnily enough the FBI used and investigated with. So as a result of that, I kind of like disappeared off that Discord server. And so it kind of turned into this weird wasteland where it was associated with me, but also I was not active on it. So it kind of developed its own little culture, and it has a lot of inside jokes and old school stuff. So what we're doing is we're still going to keep that up. That's going to be off to the side as its kind of own thing from back in the day. But the new server is being built from scratch. We're going to be much more active on it. We're also going to be more locked down. Things are going to be more exclusive and private and more strictly enforced so that we can avoid those types of things from happening again. Yeah. Yeah. As for updates on that whole thing, I don't have anything right now that I can share, but I will say that things have certainly moved forward a lot. These things just take a long time because like they have to send a information request to like Discord to get all the IP addresses or whatever. And they can do that, but it then takes Discord like 3 to 6 months to get you the information, even if you're the FBI. And so it just takes a long time to make progress on it. But apparently they've made a lot of progress. Let the mods be more strict on Discord. Yeah, well, and because it's going to be, right now, it's just members and Twitch subs over there. It's going to be very, like, restricted and tight. And that will help us enforce more intentionally, I think. So that we can, if we have somebody who's problematic, we can lock it down. And also because it's all members and Twitch subs, it also means that if somebody there does something they shouldn't and, gets up into something, more criminal, that's very severe, like they're attached to a Twitch account and a YouTube account. And because they're a member or a Twitch sub, they have payment details associated with that most likely. And as a result of that, we can track them down much quicker. So it just in general, it's a much more secure way of doing it. So that's what we're doing. Uniform, yeah, you got gifted a membership. Welcome. Also, Michael, thank you for the tier 1 that you paid 6 months in advance. Oh, baby. Thank you, my friend. Very, very generous. Thank you. Glad to have you. Thank you. You got swatted again. I won't go into details, but I'll just say that, like, people who do that type of thing want attention, and they're looking for a reaction. So there's lots of stuff that happens behind the scenes that is not made public to not give those people what they want, So there's been plenty of crazy things that have happened in the background, but we just keep operating like nothing ever happened. Wet Specimen, what a name. Thank you for becoming a member as well. And Hoodoo Havoc, thank you also for the Prime. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that, Cool Master Mega. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's one of those things that you just you have to be. It's an unfortunate reality of this job, but you know, we've been working with the necessary people, and we've been taking steps and trying to be as safe as we possibly can. And it just is what it is. And you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the background that people don't find out about, and that's okay. Not everything is about getting, like, you know, boo-hoo, woe for me credit. You know, it's not about that. You know, it's like there's other creators maybe who would post 15 videos every time that something bad happens to them for easy clicks and clout or whatever. I'm not really interested in that. It's pretty clear that the better way of dealing with it is to just not give them what they want, you know. Oh, and Jesus, Samaya just gifted another 5 memberships. Hell yeah. Wow. Starman, Captain Zenith, Trippy, 999, Michael, GTG was gifted a membership as well. Raphael was also gifted one. Welcome, everybody. If we keep gifting, the stream will never stop. You found the cheat code. You figured it out. That's tremendous. Thank you. Where should I contact if I can't chat in any of the channels at all? What does it tell you? What does it tell you? Well, actually, let me see if I just see you in the, like, welcome page. What is your username? At least the first. Is it also It's B-Raid? Only 1,000 more gifteds to go. Yeah, there you go. I mean, again, I'm just glad we're gonna have a lot more people over there. That's fantastic. It just says done reading? ? Check out the other channels. Silly username is B_raid. Let me see. We scare because we care. It says you've got the Twitch badge. Do you have access to any of these channels, the stream content or anything? How are you such a handsome devil? How dare you? How dare? How dare you flirt with me? Yeah, you should have access. That's interesting. I can double check permissions. I see you as a member in the server. I see you right there. Like, you're listed on it. I don't know why it wouldn't let you read stuff. I know we've had problems in the Start Here channels. These have caused trouble for people. Some of these haven't been working quite right for people. The permissions are kind of screwed up, so I've got to mess with that. But you should have access to it. Also, praise be to the High One. Yeah, maybe what we should have just one channel, and all it is it's just a channel with a picture of Todd in it, and you can only add little emote reactions to it. So you have to go in there and, like, pay your dues. And it's just the Todd Temple or something. I can do that. I can add that. I need somebody to, like, come into my studio and see my to-do list, and they're just like, what the hell do you do for work? You have to do Jor emotes. You have to add chat commands for Discord, and you have to work on the Todd Temple. What does that mean? Like, what are you doing? Oh, Dr. 34D Runner, I'm not lucky. Oh, it'll happen. Just need some goddamn faith. Oh, Michael GTG. I'm a member on YouTube through Gifted, but I just a few minutes ago subbed on Twitch for 6 months. Oh, you overachiever. There you go. I was going to say, I was like, we just read off your name as part of that, like the Gifted thing. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Nikki's going Orange Theory on us for the long stream. Dude, Orange Theory the other day kicked my butt. I showed you guys a screenshot of it. It was insane. Let me see. I think it was last Friday's was really crazy. No, last Tuesday. Yeah, last Tuesday's was wild. I burned 976 calories estimated. It's crazy. It's a lot. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Sumaya, golly, gosh darn. Wowza canowza. 20 gifted memberships. Golly. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you guys. Welcome. Yeah, if you were not a member yet, check the chat right now. See if you just got it. Yeah, Sumaya. The goat. The goat. He's the goat. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Liam Neeson says, I joined after your Skull and Bones update vid. Did you play it? What are your thoughts? I haven't booted into it. I was really excited to try the sword fighting on land, but it's not coming until season 3, which is probably like August, September, something like that. So the only part of the update that I was really excited for isn't coming for like 6 months, which I get it. It takes a while, but it is kind of a bummer because I was like, oh, I was going to do a video on it and like try it out, but it's going to take a while. Uniform also kept the love going. 5 more gifted memberships. You guys are insane.
I'm vibing.
That's most definitely what's up.
That's most definitely what's up.
You guys are insane. Thank you for being here because you guys are getting all the memberships. Golly. Just during this stream, we've gotten 70 new members on YouTube. I don't even know how many Twitch subs as well. So that's tremendous. So truly, thank you guys. This is crazy. This is absolutely bonkers. You guys are blowing my mind. Voidronix, thank you for the €5 as well. Love your videos. Basically, listen to you yap during my night shift makes it faster. Also, have I seen the trailer for the Kronos? The new Dawn looks amazing. Yeah, we watched it earlier on the stream. I think it looks really solid. Coming from Team Bloober, I don't think anybody expected that because their stuff is usually pretty clunky, but still. Cody also just gifted another 5. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. Thank you. This is insane. Welcome, welcome. You're going to have this little piano riff stuck in your head forever. It's going to be stuck in your head forever. Thank you. Thank you. And Cool Master Manga just upgraded to show off tier. That is, in fact, a show off tier. That is fantastic. Thank you. The Discord hashtag welcome is going nuts. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yes. Look at all these new members. I love it. I love it. Get in here. Get in here. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you, everybody. That is very, very generous. Grow the cult. You're damn right. You're damn right. Thank you, everybody. That's truly, truly generous. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. It's wild that you're still streaming. I mean, how can I hop off when we're getting like this crazy amount of membership? It's insane. Can't find the Discord. What I will do is I will, like I said, I'm going to investigate just getting a link because it would be easiest if we just had a link for the Discord server. You click the link, and if you're a member, you get in, and that's it. Like that would be the easiest thing. I just have to set that up and see if that's a thing that you can do. I'm not totally sure. But that would be easiest. And then I can add that command into chats, then we can just do it that way. And if you don't get the auto integration thing working, the way it should work is that you just go to Discord settings, connections is in your user settings thing. You go to connections and then you connect your YouTube account or Twitch account to your Discord account, and you should receive like a little invite notification thing. That's how it should work. The exclamation point Discord is for the old server that is being phased out and is not part of this, unfortunately, but I forgot to turn it off. I'm a professional. This is, very, very professional. Also, Daniel upgraded to show off as well. That is also very generous of Daniel. That's tremendous. Thank you for that. And Ryan Williams also just became a member themselves. Thank you, Ryan. That's fantastic. I appreciate you guys. If you check, Joshua says, if you check your profile like that, it appears. I've just found the late invitation there. Oh, so you press your little profile thing and then it shows you, it pops up. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, under like, maybe it's under the tab that's for like direct messages or inbox maybe. It might show up under inbox. That might be the key. Yeah. Golly, thank you guys again. This is crazy. Is members only content also appearing for Twitch subs? Yes, that's part of the benefit of doing everything through this Discord, is that whether you are a Twitch sub or a YouTube member or whatever, you still get access to all the same stuff. So when we do giveaways, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, you both get access to all of it. We shouldn't ever have problems with just like, oh, only YouTube gets it, Twitch doesn't, or only Twitch gets it, YouTube doesn't. Everybody should get access to it. Do a stream chat room. Ooh, good idea. Good idea. Stream content, because I have this where you can like share a link in, if you're a member or sub, you can go in here, post a link, because the YouTube chat, Twitch chat won't let you, but in here you can. So if we're ever chatting and you're like, hey, did you see this breaking news article? I'll put it in the Discord. You can just plop it right in there. But I do like the idea of there being a stream chat room. Chat room. Boom. I love that. I'll put it at the top. Easy. Easy. Don't allow links. That's why it will be in its own specific channel that will let you do that. And if we find you playing some shenanigans, you get banned forever. So that's kind of my thought process, at least. So it's like, yeah, if you want to be stupid, you can do that. Yeah, limit with the first message. Praise be. Praise be. Where is Luke Siemens Live? We've got some old school. These are clips from like 2017, 2018. Clips taken. The Dorito Pope, of course. May Todd be with you. And also with you. Bada bing, bada boom. So join. That's the point. That's the takeaway. So also these member only streams. So the member / sub only streams, that's been the tricky bit, is finding out how to do that, because Twitch doesn't have the same tools to do like sub only stream. They have sub only chats and stuff, but they don't have the same tools that YouTube does for the member / sub only stuff. So and specifically through restreaming, it's really, really tricky. So what we can do also is just a community night thing, basically, where if you're in the Discord, we'll set it up on the calendar for the Discord server. And so maybe it's like Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Pacific, we're going to play an hour or two of Jackbox, or we're all going to do a little chess tournament or whatever it is. And we just play that way, and we all do it through the Discord. So it may not even be necessarily streamed directly on YouTube or Twitch. It might just be in like a voice chat on the Discord server. you know, keep it easy that way. And that's the nice thing about the Discord server is it removes all of those weird differences between the platforms and it just puts everybody on one together. So I think that'll be easy. Chris just became a show-off member as well. Thank you, Chris. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. But what if it's morning in Europe? That's why we're going to try to shake it up. We'll do some stuff that's more Europe friendly, some that's more American friendly, and we'll just kind of break it all up like that. And then Caveman also became a member. Thank you for that. Thank you. Sumaya also with the super chat. All the new members, attention. Try the extraordinary franchise of JRPGs called Trials. Or Trails, I can read. They have interconnected world building and great combat. It will make Persona and Metaphor feel mid. Interesting. Okay. How long to beat? 500 hours. A lot of those JRPGs are massive. 50 to 100 hours depends on the entry. Okay. I mean, if you're saying it makes Persona and Metaphor feel mid, that's a high bar. That's a big claim. Color me intrigued. Whoops. I think you guys gifted so many memberships that my page, my YouTube like feed of events just crashed. That's a good problem to have. Thank you. That's tremendous. Wow. That's crazy. Oh. This is interesting. Darth Aramis Star, thank you also for becoming a member. Thank you for that. Glad to have you. Thank you. And also 1DS20ME029 Harsh Anurag became a member as well. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay. Darth Aramis Star, welcome. Glad to have you. This just I just got tagged in this. New segment. Exclusive. Ubisoft is developing a new battle royale heavily inspired by Apex Legends. Okay, Mikey, thank you for the sub on Prime or sub with Prime on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, let's see. From Tom Henderson over on Insider Gaming, the one and only. Insider Gaming has learned that Ubisoft is currently developing a new battle royale game that's heavily inspired by Apex Legends. The game, which is currently under the project name Scout, is so heavily inspired by Respawn Entertainment's highly successful Apex Legends that it was once used as the thumbnail for the project. It's understood that the game has been in development for at least a couple of years and will feature very similar characters to Apex Legends, including a spin on Pathfinder, Wraith, Lifeline, and other characters from the game. One source said on the project, I think the goal is to capitalize on the player count of Apex dropping and them, Ubisoft higher-ups, thinking there's room in the market for another hero battle royale. Interestingly enough, the project seems to go against Ubisoft's own internal research team, who recently asked the question as to, quote, what's next after battle royale, while citing the decline in players across various battle royale games, including Apex Legends. EA itself has also admitted that Apex Legends is no longer doing what it needs to do or financially for the company, while with CEO Andrew Wilson saying that the game will have a quote-unquote major update dubbed Apex Legends 2.0 in the future. As for whether EA can reinvigorate the franchise remains to be seen, but in Ubisoft's eyes at least, there's still room in the market for an Apex Legends style battle royale. This isn't Ubisoft's first time in the battle royale market either. In 2020, they launched Hyperscape, pulling the plug on the project around 18 months after release. Internally, Ubisoft has canceled around a dozen battle royales for one reason or another in various stages of development since then. They canceled a dozen? A dozen? People ask, how do you have 20,000 employees
at a company like Ubisoft and basically have a few like franchises that actually are profitable with like, you know, Assassin's Creed, Rainbow, and Far Cry fairly profitable. How do you do that? It's because they develop a dozen battle royales that never see the light of day. And again, in 2020, they launched Hyperscape. And then after 18 months, so mid 2021, late 2021, they canceled it. And then he says that they've canceled around a dozen since then. So in 3.5, 4 years, they've canceled a dozen projects that were all battle royales. Like it really is this thing where they're just like, hey, we'll just work on a bajillion games and then hopefully one of them sticks. It's amazing, dude. But this is why Tencent, like, coming in and cleaning house, I think will be crucial, because no company should be wasting this much money and this many resources. This represents hundreds of millions of dollars down the drain for nothing. As for Ubisoft itself, the future is still uncertain with the announcement of a new subsidiary, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the stock fell to a 12-year low amid company uncertainty, fell a lot more harshly versus its competitors during the market crash. Yeah. I mean, it's just, so at the outset, I like Apex. Haven't liked it actively in a while. I haven't played it actively in a while because server issues, hackers, they really seem to have just given up on it. It seems, and they're just working on 2.0, and so they haven't put a lot of effort into it, which is a bummer because I really like Apex. I really enjoyed it when I was playing it really actively. I used to just grind out arena matches. I loved that, and that was my bread and butter. But you know, I just fell off of it. So if it's really good and it's way better than Apex, but it's similar to Apex, I'm in for that because I like that. I like Apex. And I would like more like Apex, but it has to be as good or better. You know, if it's just mediocre, but just a knockoff version of Apex, that doesn't work. You know, that don't work. So we'll see. We'll see. Tencent does the same thing, make a bunch of games from the same genre and let them kill each other. Yeah, the thing with Tencent is that they have a much better track record at actually making money on the projects. Ubisoft doesn't. Like, Ubisoft will occasionally have a smash hit with like a Valhalla or something, but then they have 35 games that flop and lose money, and it just doesn't really work the same way. When Tencent has a hit, they are like these gacha games that print money and make billions of dollars. When Ubisoft has a hit, it's like a Valhalla and it makes $1 billion. So it's just tricky, because I think Ubisoft wants to be that Tencent, but their successes are nowhere near as high a peak as Tencent's are, and that just keeps them from ever, you know, getting quite on that level. But this is wild, and the fact that this is the last one standing after they've canceled. I mean, maybe they have more, but they've canceled like 12, a dozen of these in the last few years alone, and this one is still up and running. That's pretty wild. And Tom says, Combo replied, XDefiant died for this. And Tom says, some people who worked on XD are working on this. So kinda, I guess. XDefiant kinda did. Is this Ubisoft's 10th attempt at Battle Royale? 14th or 15th, I think. '14th or 15th. And they've released one. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Why do they think that this one's gonna magically click with everybody? And the battle royale like genre has also been basically just slowly floundering. It's been the whole discussion for the last few months. Like, even when I was at Bungie, all of the discussion was, what is next? What's after battle royale? What's the next big thing? And all these streamers and Bungie devs are like, oh, it's extraction shooters. That's the next big thing. That's why we're working on this. So they're very, very confident. Ubisoft, I guess, is betting that battle royales will make a comeback, and if they can provide something similar to Apex, that it'll click. But that also seems like a stretch. I don't know, man. They clearly need to make an Assassin's Creed Battle Royale. I think that there is a market for more inventive or wacky ideas in the multiplayer space. I just think it's like when you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, and it's like, oh, this is basically Apex, but not. That's just a hard sell. Concord failed because Concord struggled and failed because everybody just whittled it down to it's Overwatch, but not like knock off Overwatch. That was just the whole thing. Whereas I think with this, it's going to be the same thing. It's Apex, but not. And I just don't know how you get to the point where you have spent all of this time and money on doing like a dozen different live service like battle royale games, and then you're like, yeah, well, this one that's basically just Apex, that'll do. That's crazy to me. Like, that's what we're doing. I don't know, man. Which Discord channel are we chatting in? I think the lobby when we're not streaming, and when we are streaming, the stream chat room will be the hub. So I think from now on, when we're streaming, you can just hop into the stream chat room and fill in stuff here, and that can be another place where people can send links or whatever else they need to. But okay. This has been ridiculous. You guys are amazing. Check out ShareLink. I saw somebody say that it's a Rickroll link. I'm not falling for that. I know what you're doing. So we're going to, I think, call it there. It's been an amazing day. Partuival, I'm not sure. Thank you for that sub over on Twitch, my friend. Thank you. You guys are amazing. We added 80 new members on YouTube, all of which now get access to the Discord. So make sure to hop over there. We also added like 2 dozen something Twitch subs. That's also fantastic. You guys are amazing for that. Again, join the Discord. It sounds like some of the notifications to be invited to the server are a little delayed. So if you didn't get the notification immediately once you connected the accounts, give it 20 minutes, an hour, whatever, and see how it does. But we'll be back on Friday. You guys are amazing. Thank you for everything. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Okay. Much love. Stay safe, everybody. Until next time. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.